This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Monday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, coming on the air because we now have a tornado warning for a small sliver of southwestern Georgia. A little bit of Early County under one now. A tornado warning till 2 o'clock. At 1:32, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over the Dothan area, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So nasty situation developing. We also have another tornado warning in southeast Alabama, just to the north of that red box you see. That's for a confirmed tornado. That's why it's purple. So we've had a radar confirmed tornado, and both of these areas are moving into southwest Georgia. One of these now prompting a warning for a little bit of Early County in our area, a little bit of one of the 62 counties under a tornado warning. We were getting on the air anyway for a severe thunderstorm warning covering the broad zone there, including Quitman County and the like. But it's our policy to be on for any tornado warning storms within the 62 counties. So that's what we're doing right now as we're monitoring things very carefully. You see these boxes here. I know it's just a small sliver so far of Early County, and it's a severe thunderstorm watch situation today versus a tornado watch. So hopeful we don't have like a big event here where we have a bunch of tornado warnings. But we back there last May we had a severe thunderstorm watch instead of a tornado watch, meaning generally the tornado threat is a little lower overall. And that May event there in Tallahassee, we ended up having terrible tornadic activity move through. So it doesn't necessarily preclude the tornado threat by any stretch of the imagination. It just says that maybe this won't be as bad as it could have otherwise been in terms of the tornado hazard. But we have two tornado warnings, one of which includes a little bit of our area right now. And that, as I zoom in there, just a little bit of Early County. I hadn't really moved in there yet, but let's go to velocity. You see our rotation there right there as you're headed out of Dothan on State Road 52. And this is moving off toward the east at 45 miles an hour. And we had a confirmed tornado up here. It seems like it's not as obvious now. I mean, neither one of them, because you can see how that was developing there around Dothan. And then as we're looking here, I know you could see this here as well. This was a confirmed tornado. So maybe it's a sign that this will become more linear here, where the winds are not trying to switch into opposing directions. There's some rotation right in there east of Headland. It would look like that could just be on the leading edge there, and not really too much rotation that'd be tornadic. But we'll just continue to watch this here very carefully this afternoon. I know in Quitman County and some of those zones there, we do have severe thunderstorm warning type of conditions possible now. So that's kind of the storyline as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the overall scenario. I know I'm looking at all the different resources here behind the scenes, just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here. And we just want to make sure we're here for you. The severe thunderstorm warning, this yellow box goes until 2 o'clock, including parts of Clay, Miller, also Randolph, Calhoun, Early Quitman, and Terrell counties in towards southwest Georgia. The accent moving east at 45 miles an hour, so you need to just pay attention here as we're tracking things. I know you have the logo red on the screen. You see that red? That's honestly more for the threat as we look nationally on a Wednesday, but we still have to be careful today. I know we have, some alerts in play, including a tornado warning for a small sliver of Early County. So you need to be prepared there in toward these areas, especially, in toward far western Early County. So right there along the Alabama-Georgia border, Columbia, Alabama, I know right there you see that community. But then just be prepared further in even for this to potentially get extended. Right now, it's a very small part of the region, but we're always on for any tornado warning storm moving to the 62 counties here, like we've been doing for 5 years or so here at Clouds Weather. As I know, we're in Bradford County, North Central Florida. We're watching the threat overall across the region, and right now I have a threat in Early County in Georgia. So you see that there. That's just the south of Clay County in Georgia, and you see Miller County just for perspective as well. So This does not look as tight as it did, which is good news as it gets closer to the area. But again, a small area of our Early County region under this tornado warning. And, under the tornado warning, everybody in the weather enterprise comes together to try to keep folks safe. There's nothing confirmed on this one, but State Road 62 in here as we're looking at things. State Road 370 under that tornado warning. There. So even if you don't have a tornado within that, you could have some pretty strong straight line winds as we go to base velocity. You see some of these brighter yellow type and brighter reds. They're lighter reds, indicative of some stronger wind speeds, potentially trying to get down to the ground. I know closer on the radar. So that gives you an idea of winds only about 500 feet showing up here at 50 plus miles an hour, which a lot of times the scans are going to be from way higher up, so this at least helps us out here in that regard. Because as you look further up here, these are wind readings from a few thousand feet. It's just the way the radar works here to be able to see things. As you get further away from it, you're looking higher up into the storm axis. So when you have pretty strong wind sound closer to the radar, that is indicative of a little bit more concern here, because it's more likely those winds are reaching. I mean, it doesn't always work out that way, and that sometimes you have different setups here, and you can just tell, no matter how close or how far something is from the radar, that it's a very significant situation. But as we go ahead and continue to watch things here, let's go to the Tallahassee radar. There's a strong storm that we're watching here. Some areas of rotation trying to be prominent in here, trying to move toward like Seminole County, but this is severe thunderstorm warning here, the yellow box, and we're going to get on the air for that anyway. Because I was seeing enough concern with it, with the wind potential. It includes areas of Miller, Clay, Randolph, Calhoun, Early, Quitman, and Terrell in southwestern Georgia until 2 o'clock. So that's kind of the storyline there. Under the tornado threat is something we're watching. There's a tornado possible tag and this warning down in here. So up to just see how this kind of evolves on us over the next little bit. If something starts to rotate a little bit more, tornado warning may pop up within that. But we do have a tornado warning for a small part of the area. And now, again, it's not in our area yet. So let me just kind of take the time, talking about a tornado warning here, area of concern. Part of the polygon doesn't include our area. That's why we're on the air here, mainly. Again, we're coming on anyway. But it's our policy to be on for any of the 62 counties here. So, it's that give and take as we're looking at things, kind of getting on for both regions here at the same time. So, I know if you're watching on Star Gainesville here today, I'm not overly concerned. Not overly concerned here about the danger as we're kind of looking at things, towards Stark and Gainesville. We have to be on the air for the 62 counties. So, that's what we're doing here right now. We're really trying to keep our eyes on things. But Star Gainesville today, the threat is quite a bit lower. I know we did have an enhanced risk for a good bit of an area. That's been trimmed back a lot as we're looking at things here, as we're tracking the situation. So that's definitely, some good news here as we're looking at things. It doesn't mean that the threat is over by any stretch of the imagination. So just have to continue to watch the scenario here. Continue to give you guys the very latest on the different developments. So, again, just trying to check everything here. Just trying to check everything here for you. Going through some things behind the scenes to try to get an idea of some different storylines here. I know we did just get a report of a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust in Geneva County, Alabama. So let me give you an idea of where that is. Back out in here, that was from around. Okay, I see one from 1242 Central, but I would say that's probably from the back end. This up is probably that reading. Just double checking my times here because it says. Yeah, that's probably, okay, it's about 1220 there, Central, actually, it'd make more sense, but, just it gives you an idea of what type of winds could be reaching down toward the surface here in this type of situation. So, again, continuing to watch this here, continuing to monitor things. Let me go ahead and switch some different things up here. So here's your tornado risk, and we did have yellow. Didn't even have, more enhanced type colored earlier for the tornado risk because we were looking toward our counties yesterday for today. Wasn't really, buying that too much. I think we, have a threat. Obviously, there's tornado warning on the board, and the like. It's just not an overwhelming type of threat here for our area. But the tornado risk, Albany North, a little higher. Hail risk is pretty low. That's in the green. And your wind risk here, that is enhanced from about Albany North, but it did include Tallahassee. It included way more of the area before the latest update that came in. So, that's a positive trend, but you just have to continue to track things. I know it's pretty warm. You see 80 plus to the east. We're at 81 here east of Stark right now in Bradford County. As we're looking at things for the 62 counties, I know just trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening here in this type of situation. Just trying to check all my different resources here. I know it's bright and sunny here east of Stark. As I'm looking at things behind the scenes right now, and quite honestly, that trend could kind of continue. So, out to the west as we have the warning activity in our western zones. You see, that's the pinkest area. That's where our greatest risk today is. It's severe weather. Severe thunderstorm watch until 6 p.m. So that includes Thomasville and Moultrie, Tipton, Camilla, Albany, Bainbridge, Donaldsonville, and then you see areas that are already under the warning, like Blakely. Severe thunderstorm warning anyway. They're in this too. And then toward the Big Bend, we have Tallahassee and Quincy and Crawfordville, Loma, Apalachicola under the severe thunderstorm watch as well. So that's till 6 o'clock. After that, the threat should start to decay even more. It may start to decay. I know even though we have the warming of the temperatures this afternoon, that threat could kind of start to decay on us here even earlier than that to some degree based on, I know that some of the convection out ahead I thought might try to suck the energy out of everything. Now, that may not end up happening as much as it could have, as much as it could have here, because we want that to happen, obviously. We really, want these storms to weaken. But again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Everybody watching all the different platforms here, like on YouTube. I appreciate you guys tuning in here and trusting me. We're on YouTube at Cloud Weather as we're tracking things for our area, our region per se. Again, you see Stark, Gainesville. We had the rain yesterday over an inch. We didn't have any severe weather per se to warn any of our Florida zones. We had one flash flood warning in Georgia, but I wasn't impressed enough by that to have to go on with it. So that was good, obviously. That was good that I didn't have to, go on because I didn't see enough with that. But again, let me go ahead and see where else we want to go with this. I'm going to pull up some of the latest model guidance, and sometimes this will update, on the fly for us here. So let me go ahead and we'll go to the 2 o'clock view of this here. That's what the radar is supposed to look like at 2. I mean, it's actually running, a little ahead of where it actually is at. So that's something to keep in mind here as we're looking. But maybe 3 o'clock, and then you see 4. It looks pretty, broken apart. I mean, if it's broken apart, but still able to be strong enough, that could lead to a tornado threat if possible, but not necessarily the most likely situation. I mean, that shows it kind of still being integrated in Tallahassee. You saw that was about 6 o'clock, give or take. I'll back that up and kind of see what I'm saying. So that's 6 o'clock. And then, you see some of this trying to hold together, but eventually, like by 9 o'clock, it really falls apart toward like Stark and Gainesville. I'm in Stark, so we're watching for our 62 counties. Of course, UCI just completely falls apart. But then we could get some regeneration of the activity with some lingering activity here that was, going on atmospherically. The different things here in the setup could kind of re-trigger some convection tomorrow morning. And this didn't go as far as it needs to for this. So let me just kind of, I know this looks a little weird, but it's for me to get to the longer run, and then I'm going to say here, this is tomorrow morning, doing some stuff around, sunrise or so on the forecast model. So we'll have to watch that. Could have a strong storm in that. It's a bit threat. As the last check, there's not officially one for tomorrow, but we'll pay attention, obviously, as we're looking at things. So, again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here this afternoon. We're live on all the different platforms here. Facebook, Twitter/X, YouTube, and Twitch. It's all about keeping you guys safe here, obviously, in a situation like this. We do have, again, that tornado warning in our westernmost areas. So we do have to just pay attention to that. Just have to continue to track that. We're continuing to give you the latest updates. Let me go ahead and kind of go back to the Doppler, give you a zoomed in perspective on this again, since this is, really approaching the viewing circle now. You see that bulge there on the reflectivity mode. There's some rotation still that's lingering. This is, pretty much here in the next few moments about to cross into Georgia. State Road 95 is where that circulation is right now in Alabama. I mean, on this reflectivity, if it didn't have velocity, that's almost a little more concerning. But when I look under the meteorological hood, per se, here to kind of get an idea of exactly what's going on, you can kind of see, there's some rotation higher up, but at the lower levels, there could be some obstructions, granted, because we're not that far up on the radar. If you're too close or too far, it can be an issue sometimes on velocity. But if you look at the wind mode, it doesn't show something overwhelming, but there's enough rotation, they, may try to reissue this tornado warning. Because that looks, if you didn't have velocity, that way that bulges out like that. It's a little concerning, considering we already had one tornado touchdown there in southeast Alabama a little bit earlier on. Different storm, but that's the area there to the north. And we're watching that get in our area soon here as well. But as I kind of say, I mean, this area back out here, that moves in. And we also had, apparently, I don't think it ever got radar confirmed officially, but there was apparent debris on a tornado warning storm there close to the Atlanta metro earlier on. It seemed like there was some debris looking at some different products there. Pretty close on the radar there as well. Close, vicinity of Peachtree City. But as we're going ahead and looking at things here, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed on this Monday afternoon. It's the last day of the month. It's the last day of the quarter. March 31st, 2025. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here as the situation does evolve. So, as you look at this, it's not the tightest circulation I've ever seen, but there is some rotation. They may just, unless they get a report in or see something on debris tracker, they may end up just wanting to go ahead and go with, like I said, new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. I mean, this one goes away at 2 as well. And there's a little something out ahead. These shouldn't be able to really become tornadic out ahead, but there's a little weak rotation. A storm in southern Terrell County, it looks like, at least further up aloft. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here in toward the Weather Center. So again, just trying to track everything here for you. I know Storm Prediction Center talking about how the most probable tornadic activity, they are up with the winds to only about 95 miles an hour. So they're saying that they don't really think that we'd have a strong tornado in this setup. I mean, it couldn't happen, but that's what would be most likely. And honestly, that would make the most sense to me, that would be the upper end of what we could get in this type of setup today. And some of these numbers lately, something new that they're doing, they've been on the higher side to be on the safer side of what could happen. I mean, in theory, the atmosphere is probably not capable of producing more than an EF1 tornado. Still, some moderate damage could happen. I know we're getting way specific here into some of the meteorology details, and then gust and just wind damage potential only to about 70 miles an hour. That's what would be most likely. So that's something to kind of, just be thinking about here that this probably isn't the, worst type of setup by any stretch that we've ever seen. Definitely not. But as we're looking at this situation, we still got to be very careful. It can still be dangerous. It can still be life threatening in isolated instances. So that circulation now has just crossed. It looks like into Georgia here, and I know the line is actually the white line, but that's from about a minute ago. This, it's not a continuous scan. So yeah, there you go. You see, it's crossing into the Peach State now. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. It's not, the most overwhelming signature here off the Fort Rucker/Fort Novosel radar, but these storms, we saw one with a history of producing a tornado earlier on in this vicinity, so we got to just err on the side of caution. It's always important to take those tornado safety tips here. And that means when there's a tornado warning, seek shelter to that sturdy building, get as many bullets between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, and then it's also, if do one of those things there, one of those type of things to protect your head area, and then also just important to have your shoes on in the wake of a tornadic situation, because you could cut your feet up otherwise if you don't. If you're walking around in pieces of broken glass and the like, you could have a problem if you don't have your shoes on, because that can make things worse for you. Okay, it looks like they're going new severe thunderstorm warning for a broader area of the tornado possible tag. So that's probably what they're going to kind of be doing here versus a new tornado warning, I would think. Actually, they've issued 2 of them now. Okay, so 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'll see that here in a second, but some reports out of Dale County there. 911 reporting trees and power lines down at Highway 123 and County Road 134. That's back, there as we're looking in Alabama, and then just getting different reports there. Trees and power lines down at the intersection of South County Road 67 and County Road 14. So, again, that's kind of a storyline there. We're doing 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings now, so instead of the tornadic situation being the most predominant concern, looking like severe thunderstorm warnings here being the bigger storyline. But there are tornado possible tags in both, but the tornado warning has just gone away as of the top of the hour there. That included just that small sliver of Early County. Doesn't mean it couldn't get reissued by any stretch. You see a little bit of that rotation off to Tallahassee, right around Columbia there. But as we're going ahead and looking at things here, you can see in the Big Bend region we have some heavy rainfall and gusty winds in here, and a new severe thunderstorm warning until 3 o'clock here this afternoon as we're looking at things. So that does include areas in the Eastern Time Zone anyway, in our area of Gadsden, Liberty, in Florida, those zones there in Florida, in our area, and then in Georgia, that includes areas of Decatur, Grady, and Seminole. 60-mile-an-hour gust, wind gust possible. Weak rotation, so tornado possible tag, and then as we get into Georgia here this afternoon, we have the new severe thunderstorm warning for this area of the line we've been watching. Includes areas of Miller, as well as Daugherty, Clay up in Georgia, not Florida, but Georgia, Randolph, Mitchell, Lee, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell counties. The accent moving east at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile wind gust of possibility. So these are some, nasty storms, and they definitely could, be capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado. That's some pretty bright, really bright, velocity there, just coming in out of Alabama to Georgia there, and even in, just in the far western parts of South Georgia. You see, and I mean, it's 65-mile-an-hour winds. It's pretty rural so far, but this is about to be getting into more populated areas as we, watch here. Those are some strong signatures. It's not far off the radar, up. So that means these could be causing pretty, more, type of likely damage. So that's kind of the storyline there. I'm just continuing to give you the latest. There's not a whole bunch of rotation here. Doesn't mean we couldn't get something to spin up to. There's a little bit, and the angles sometimes could make it look not as bad as it actually is because of the way this is lined up. But again, you know, as we're looking at things, I see some of these brighter velocity colors to the south, but more so in Georgia. It could just be the way things are looking at it, but this seems pretty accurate. You know, as we're looking at this there, southeast of Columbia, 60 plus mile an hour winds. You see they're right on the Clay and Early County line. 60 mile an hour winds, 60 mile an hour winds there coming in out of Alabama as well. That's what these yellow areas here. This is a wind motor radar, and it's indicative of the stronger wind speeds that may be trying to translate down toward the surface. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on all of this. I know I do want to switch over to another source, the News Mrs. Gill discussing. I was kind of alluding to it here a moment ago, but you see that blue circled area now. Not saying we're going to get to watch that far east. I would be surprised if we did, quite honestly, but situation here where I know just reading information, you know, I talked about the highest tornado wind speed probably only about 95 miles an hour. That's still significant. That could still be dangerous, especially in mobile homes or even, you know, just a tree could fall into a home, obviously, in that type of situation. But I'm going to go ahead and kind of read this discussion for everybody since we don't get tornado warning anymore. Take a little bit longer to read this here. This Storm Prediction Center Mrs. here discussing as we're looking. So the summary of this says that damage and wind potential will likely continue into more southern Georgia and North Florida. An additional severe thunderstorm watch for parts of these areas. They are saying that's probable. I'm a little surprised at that, to be quite honest. But we'll see how this holds together because I know it is warm. It's just there's some different characteristics that are lacking here. And the high-res models really, the HRRR model really does not keep it going all the way to like Jacksonville and Stark. Now, that didn't mean if they extend this watch, maybe they go to about Lake City and Waycross. That would be more, that's, you know, if they're going to do it, that's where I would stop it at. And you can always do the local extension if you need to. But if things are really holding together more than we're expecting. But that's kind of what I'm thinking there as I'm looking at that, as I'm tracking the situation. So, again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here as we're tracking here the situation. So with surface temperatures ahead of the ongoing convective line, they're saying reaching the low 80s. The energy values here have gone up. The ML CAPE has risen to about 2,000 joules per kilogram. And we're getting really technical here. I just tried to help explain the situation as I am reading reports of trees and power lines down there in Dale County around the Waterford area. And the thing is, you know, we have the severe winds, you know, that have been recurring there into our southeast Alabama, and they'll hold together to a degree for a while. But eventually, even if the winds just drop off a little, you're not going to get near as much damage because once you get about 60, that's when things start happening. It's pretty, you know, a pretty rapid progression and pretty rapid increase in the damage potential. So you just got to kind of keep eyes out for the situation here. But as we go ahead and read some more of this, as the line progresses east, the expectation is for continued damage and wind gust potential into southeast Georgia and North Florida. There will be some waning influence of the upper level trough, and shear will remain greater to the north and west, and this makes the intensity of the line somewhat uncertain with the eastward extent. But they're, you know, talking about considering the watch, you know, and extending that further east. Again, I don't know if I would extend it all the way into Jacksonville and Stark or not, but it's something that is being considered. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. It is 2:06 here on this last day of the month, the last day of the quarter. Here, the first quarter of 2025, as they're saying regarding the QLCS tornado threat, which is a quadrilinear convective system tornado threat there. So that's to kind of define that for you. That's what QLCS means. As we're just gonna go ahead and continue to watch things here quasi-linear convective systems. As we're looking there, 2 brief tornado debris signatures in far southeastern Alabama a little while ago. I know some of the data does show limited low-level hodograph curvature, though, which is something we look for here in meteorology in terms of the tornado threat. But trends in the convective line of the environment continue to suggest the possibility of a QRCS tornado, though any circulation should be brief. So this kind of storyline there. I know sometimes when you get a little further away from radar, it can be hard to identify some too. There's some rotation that's still lingering there south of Columbia, as you see that yellow area on rotation tracker. As we continue to give you guys the very latest here this afternoon in the Weather Center. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me and everybody watching there on YouTube, the different viewers like Nicole and Tucker there. Just thanks so much for tuning in. You know, as we're looking at things here, as we're tracking them. Let me go ahead and say here what we're done with. And if we don't get another tornado warning pretty soon, I might just go back, you know, what we do a lot of times when we don't have those, you know, or something really overwhelming, just do updates every half hour and then, you know, go longer, you know, that just kind of gives you a minimum baseline. But almost 30,000 customers out of power in the state of Georgia right now, according to PowerNet.us. As I'm looking at things here, I know some of those really clustering areas, like further up in Georgia around Cayuga County. I know in some of our local Georgia counties we have some outages, though it's not, you know, something where we've really had the convection come in there yet. But Lowndes County, about 900 customers in the dark. I know Michigan has been getting hit really hard with weather concerns the last couple of days. The wind in southern Michigan yesterday, they had some, and even some tornadic activity. And before that, earlier on, some ice that was a lot of ice there up toward Alpena, Michigan. I mean, they got hammered with an ice storm going back, and I was everybody's out power up in that region. So interesting there meteorologically for sure. As we're just continuing to watch this here, you know, this shows the storyline still stands, that it's pretty significant as we're down with things here, as we're monitoring. I'm just going to check some more information, by the way. So I see some different changes here. And then tomorrow now, we've seen an upgrade in the tornado threat to enhanced around Wichita, Kansas. You know, as we look later on in that period. So that's noteworthy. I'll be curious to see if the Wednesday threat gets higher, maybe to moderate here in the next outlook. Let me see if we have some traffic cameras I can get to there right now. I'm trying to effort some of those views here, obviously, because they can be really helpful in a situation like this, as we're trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here, as we're watching the inclement weather move on through. Again, the brighter colors on velocity indicate stronger winds. You know, that stronger wind concern there as we're tracking things. So we'll try to get some of those Georgia 5-1 cameras up. You know, we've been able to give you the views on here since early on this year. I know, you know, we're going to start getting some of those on up here as we're tracking things. And I think about, you know, a couple months ago we had all that snow coming on through some of these areas, and now, you know, all that severe weather potential today. It's not huge, nothing, you know, in terms of, I mean, that's historic. This is not historic here today by any stretch toward our area, but still gotta be careful, you know, just how weather can impact things. You know, it can be definitely dangerous here. This is one view around Blakely on the Georgia 511 traffic cameras. Right now, definitely nasty out there, as we showed you one of those perspectives. We're just looking at some other ones here in the Weather Center. Let me try this one a little bit further off toward the east here. That way, you know, this inclement comes on in there. toward Blakely in Early County, Georgia. This is live, a live view from Georgia 511. See some of that rain, some of that wind blowing that around here just a little bit. So again, that's kind of storyline there. It is nasty, the wind potential moving through in South Georgia at this hour. So again, definitely telling that weather story here as we're tracking things. Just gotta stay safe out there. As it's brighter yellows, indicative of the stronger winds. Trying to tell that story for everybody. I know I'm looking at something here, and that makes me wonder if that's trying to tighten up. Yeah, that looked like it's trying to maybe, some of this looks like it's trying to rotate a little bit here. We gotta just be careful because quick embedded tornadoes definitely not out of the question. The way it's kind of bowing around there a little bit, kind of. I'm trying to see how that one area down here is trying to stick on out. That can be a cause for concern as we're dealing with this. As we're tracking everything here this afternoon on this Monday afternoon. So, again, just trying to let you know exactly what we're dealing with here. Just going through everything. Again, trying to let you know what we're dealing with. I'm just bouncing between a lot of the different angles here on that Doppler perspective. Let me go ahead and do something else here. So while we're on, I want to talk about the upcoming risk here in the days to come in the meteorology world, because it could be very, very significant toward the Midwest. And another storyline, and this isn't going to necessarily show too well, is there could be a very major, and I don't, use those words lightly, putting like very major together, in that we could have this terrible flooding toward areas there in maybe western Kentucky in that vicinity, give or take. As we're looking ahead, some models are saying over a foot of rain is possible. So we really got to be careful. Hopefully that doesn't come to fruition. We have something, that high or higher, but it's not out of the question. So you really have to be very mindful of what could happen here as we're looking at things. So, the big national story ahead. Just looking at some more reports coming in, but I'm going to go over. I'm going to share the screen here and say this is Storm Prediction Center website here. The convective outlook for tomorrow, that enhanced risk in part of Kansas includes the potential for strong tornadic activity. EF2 or greater now for around Wichita, Kansas. So that's something new. See a 5% Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Norman, Moore, and Wichita Falls. And then as we go ahead and look toward the day 3, this hadn't been updated yet. We'll see if this goes moderate. This would be very rare on a day 3 outlook, but somewhere in that, maybe in Arkansas or that vicinity, it might be possible, but it could be a very significant situation in terms of an outbreak of tornadoes on Wednesday there. Hopefully it doesn't get as bad as it sort of looks like it will right now, but they already got hit pretty hard in northern Indiana yesterday. There is, around Valparaiso, South Bend had some pretty nasty wind damage there in that vicinity. And FSU baseball is playing in South Bend. They were able to get 2 games in there before the storms got through, but just barely as we were looking at that. And then as you see here, and let me go ahead and stop this before it gets too far. This is your day 4, and that kind of gives you an idea of how things in some ways will stall out meteorologically. It could even be a day 5 risk here eventually. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily count for day 5. Friday would not be day 5 tomorrow, is what I'm saying by that. But if not that, then there could be, though, a day 5 risk for Saturday tomorrow, because there could end up being the threat really coming into play across parts of the country, maybe, in East Texas or something on Saturday. It's kind of iffy right now on that, but we'll just have to continue to watch into the Final Fours in San Antonio. So we'll have to pay attention there just to see. I know that's a little bit further back west there in the state, but we're just going to go ahead and continue to track things, continue to monitor things, continue to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your families. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what is happening. Trying to stay here for you in a situation here. This local stuff isn't going to be as bad as the national stuff in the days to come. We had some national concerns yesterday here in the meteorology world, and I was watching them, but wasn't anything just overwhelming enough to have to break in for. But we're here for you as it is necessary to have to come on. And looking like some small hail could be possible here now in Early County here. Is this, we could have some small hail here on US 27 in a few moments, just there west of Damascus. So I know they have been hit by, a tornado going back a few years now that was significant there in the war, that area. But hopefully we don't get anything like that out of this. There's a new tornado warning in Georgia, but not in our area. This is up toward Warner Robins now. So that's tightening up there out in northern area, especially this is from Bibb, Twiggs, Peach, and Houston counties there in central Georgia until 2:45. So right there near the middle Georgia region airport around Macon, there's one area of circulation, and then another area of circulation here just west of the Warner Robins Air Force Base. So need to take shelter there in that area. Could have a tornado developing, with either one of those or both of those even within that line. As we have some tornadic activity trying to get going there in central Georgia. I get a tornado warning from Warner Robins north. So again, definitely busy. I'm sure the meteorologists in that area tracking that. That's some pretty strong wind in there. Yikes, even if there's not a tornado there, that could be winding 90 miles an hour. That's pretty close on the radar. That's very concerning. We have our weather, which is, concerning enough, but that could really be life-threatening there as we're looking to around Macon's Middle Georgia Region Airport. We could have a pocket of wind 90 miles an hour moving toward, if I'm pronouncing that right, the Heber community there in Twiggs County. And then Warner Robins, we have another area. It says wind about 80 miles an hour, very close down to the ground. This is more likely happening. That's headed right over. We could see, some damage even at the Warner Robins Air Force Base in the next few seconds, if not right now even. And that's crossing right now over US 129, a very, very clear signature of some damaging weather there in toward central Georgia. So you got to be very mindful of that. Again, that's really well defined there, and then not in our area, but just wanted to break away for a moment and talk about that. That's very concerning there. Not like an emergency, but it can be life-threatening. That's a pretty blatant signature, couple different signatures of damage concern there in towards central Georgia right now. Again, that's pretty concerning as we're looking up there right now. Popping on up, this is within a severe thunderstorm watch, but doesn't mean we couldn't have tornadoes within that. Doesn't mean we couldn't have big problems, as that's, kind of bowed out some there. And that's, one of the kind of indicators of the situation here that we're dealing with this afternoon. So, again, just having to stay tuned, stay safe. I know we need to get back to our storms here, but just wanted to see that real quick. I know as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them, you see west of Albany, it's around Blakely there. You see around Blakely some of that kind of twisting there within the radar a little bit. We'll have to watch, see if that triggered a tornado warning there. But a lot of lightning, just whenever thunder roars go indoors, and as we get closer to summer, that becomes a more important mantra. And as we get back up to middle Georgia around Macon now, and not in our area, but that's, 2 areas of rotation that are pretty concerning. But if nothing else, we're going to have wind damage maybe significant wind damage out of that, because that is not in a good way, but it's very impressive. Very impressive. Winds to 93 miles an hour, so on up just around US 129. This is not something that's really high off the ground either with velocity for you think it's probably not happening. I think this is probably happening. We'll probably have a lot of trees that get knocked down in toward middle Georgia there with a wind like this. This is going to be a damaging situation for those folks there in middle Georgia on this Monday afternoon. This March 31st, 2025. That really evolved pretty rapidly there with that there. Tornado warning for parts of Bibb, Houston, let's try that again. Bibb, Houston, and Twiggs counties as we're looking at that. So it is pronounced, by the way, Houston, not Houston. There, just so you guys know, that's how the locals pronounce that there in North Central Georgia, Houston County, as well as Bibb and Twiggs counties there under a tornado warning. And again, if there's not a tornado there, that's wind that's really nasty. And that may be something there just into Twiggs County. That may be a little bit of a debris signature trying to set up there on the Doppler. So again, just continuing to watch this here. That's really bright. That's when you know you're having some damage, when you have a signature like that on velocity. So we're going to keep watching that. We just got an update on our local warning. Just got an update on our local warning for the Florida counties. I see Gadsden and Liberty continuing to 3 o'clock, so a thunderstorm warning. And then in Georgia, Decatur, Grady, and Seminoles. That's kind of a storyline there. And even if the signatures weren't just completely overwhelming in our, vicinity here, when stuff was in Southeast Alabama, they were still pretty nasty. And we are getting a report out of Geneva County. The 911 dispatch is reporting numerous trees knocked down there by a fire station. That could be from a tornado, I don't know. But that's kind of telling that story there this afternoon. So we should continue to watch all of that. I know, again, just on the regional perspective, that central Georgia storm really was concerning there. From about Warner Robins north, the debris signature went away, thankfully. So that's good. That may have been one that started to develop back out there. It wasn't a really bad debris signature, thankfully. So hopefully this is just, we don't want to be anything, but hopefully, I think there is something, and hopefully it's more limited to straight line wind damage, which isn't as destructive. But, even just the wind damage, can be pretty dangerous. As we're looking there, most of that worst that's starting to kind of effort its way into toward Twiggs County now. Again, not in our area, but really nasty situation. As we go ahead and continue to watch things here, continue to give you the latest updates. Of course, our priority, there are 62 counties here. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. Let's go back on over here. That's pretty strong wind, not 80, 90 like what we were seeing around areas just near and north of Warner Robins in Georgia. But, this is still some wind of 60 and 65 miles an hour. I mean, that's not hurricane force wind, but that can still do some damage. That can be dangerous for areas around Damascus there. And as we get toward Calhoun County, you see around Edison, we have winds to about 60 miles an hour. We have winds to about 60 miles an hour there. So again, that's a possibility as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring them. And I'm just checking some more informational sources here. I'll be really curious to see how nasty that wind was at the ground level in Houston County there in Georgia, because that looked like a very impressive signature. And in our area, but I do have, some family up there and the like. So hopefully everything's all right with that situation there. That really evolved there, turning pretty nasty pretty rapidly. with the enhancement there for the storm action. So again, I'm just continuing to track things. We're at 227 on that clock here. By the way, up in Georgia, middle Georgia, further up, they did just trim out Bibb and Houston counties. Is now just Twiggs County there under the tornado warning, and that significant wind is not quite as high as it was, but that's still 71-hour wind showing up there. Again, that really evolved pretty rapidly. I mean, you can see this is kind of, I mean, this was in a severe thunderstorm warning where it was for probably, I'll check it. Yeah, just a base 60-mile-an-hour wind. So it was a tornado possible tag, but then not to the same level, but it reminds me a little bit of what happened. I don't think it was that bad, but the idea of it meteorologically reminds me of what happened in Tallahassee last May, we had those winds of over 100 miles an hour. So it's tornadic activity. Not saying that happened here, but just the idea of how this developed, this might even happen a little bit quicker than that in some ways. But, you know, just there right around east of I-75, just past Byron. I mean, we're looking, you know, all of a sudden at 210, we start seeing a little bit of a sliver or something. Not that I'm watching those because they're not in my area, but then by 218, you have full-fledged problems on your hands. And now that's moving out, you know, the most populated areas. But as we go ahead and look there, as we go ahead and track things, I'm trying to give you the very latest on everything here. Trying to keep you guys safe. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I know, I'm just going between all my different sources. There's already some power outages being reported, by the way, in Houston County. Over 2,000 customers already in the dark as of the latest update. The thing about that is that that's probably just the beginnings of the reporting out of that region. Again, continuing to track things here. Continuing to monitor. Continuing to give you the latest updates. You know, Calhoun County there, just outside of where we're seeing a signature pop up. Continuing to give you the latest updates. I'm just going through some of my different sources here. I'm just trying to stay on top of everything. There's numerous trees reported down in southeast Alabama. You don't like to hear that, obviously, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. So, again, just trying to be on top of things here the best I can. Just trying to make sure all the latest information is in play here. For sure. So again, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings locally. Just going ahead and checking these. You see some bright color, not as bright, and I know it's different. You saw the blue up to the north. It's because the way the radar is oriented with where the storms are and the lights, so don't get confused by like is it's brighter red, which is yellow on here, or if it's brighter type of green, which ends up being blue. That, you know, it's the same principle. It's just the angle of the wind is different here in terms of the direction and proximity to the radar site. So it's the same idea, but you have to look at these like the pixels over the ward, like Houston County and Central Georgia, we're showing 80, 90 miles an hour. This here is showing about 60. And these are a little higher up too, but you know that's not the biggest takeaway from this. It just means I was more likely, you know, almost a certainty that I was really damaging up there. in terms of a severe thunderstorm situation, at least, not a tornado situation, which would be a lesser tornado situation based on how things work with the scale. But, it's still significant. As we're looking here in Miller County, though, north of Colquitt, watching things there, 60-mile-an-hour winds you see around Calhoun County there, around 70-mile-an-hour winds going up on this vantage point. That doesn't look as organized, though, and that's something you watch for, too. That's something you can watch for, too, especially when it's not right, there at the radar. That tells me that we could be seeing some decay. The models have shown that we would have some decay. Now, down here, 60-mile-an-hour winds moving toward Bluntstown. Some of that's still outside of our area. Some of this is in our area. It doesn't look, and the radar's kind of obscure things some, but some of this doesn't look quite as impressive as it did. That doesn't mean much, though, because we still got to be really careful. But since we don't have any local tornado warnings here right now, we're obviously keeping the stream going. We'll be on at least every half hour here, and obviously we got to have a tornado warning locally or something that really catches my eye. I'll break back in immediately here, especially if it's a tornado warning. That's our policy here, obviously. But we're just going to keep watching things. I know in Central Georgia they're continuing a tornado warning, but locally it's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are in play both to the top of the hour. Probably get some more extensions on these. It's not a guarantee, but as we're looking here, we're talking about areas of Decatur, Grady, Seminole, Liberty, and Gadsden. That's one of the boxes, the southernmost box to 3 o'clock. And then the northernmost box there, it would be for areas there around, let's see, in Georgia, Baker, Calhoun, Clay, Dougherty, and in Georgia, not Florida, for Clay and Baker. But Dougherty, Early, Lee, Miller, Mitchell, Randolph, and Terrell, 3. I know we covered 2 Clays, 2 Bakers here. Ooh, I don't like hearing that at all. Something in Alabama. I'll tell you guys in a second. I need to check some information on that. That is bad. But we'll go ahead and just recap this. So, okay, severe thunderstorm warning. Gadsden, Liberty, Decatur, Grady, Seminole at 3 in our southernmost box. And in Georgia only, we have Baker, Calhoun, Clay, Dougherty, Early, Lee, Miller, Mitchell, Randolph, and Terrell at 3. Both for damage and winds, but there is some weak rotation. Some of this action earlier on did produce an apparent tornado. That's what I said is not good. And hopefully it's not as bad as it sounds. But, I only have 1 sentence here to go off of. So hopefully this is not as bad as it sounds. But we're getting reports, the Weather Service in Tallahassee is now relaying this here as a storm report that broadcast media is reporting that a possible tornado hit a school there around Dothan, the Dothan Preparatory Academy, causing the roof to collapse and injure an unknown number of students. So that is not good news, obviously, as we're looking at things. Hopefully those injuries are minor. I really don't know. I'm going to see if we can get some information from media there in toward that area directly. That's just the first that I've heard of that, obviously. So hopefully those injuries are minor, but tornado heading around Dothan. We were on with that storm as it was, evolving and headed toward our area. It's a situation where that may have kind of weakened off toward our area, but as we're checking here, we're checking the latest information, obviously, this afternoon. Just trying to give you guys the details here on everything as it does evolve. So, okay, WTVY in Dothan, they're talking about a suspected tornado hit that preparatory academy. Roof fell on students, but that multiple sources have confirmed that WTVY, CBS there, and NBC as well up there, that the injuries are minor, so that's good. So it sounds like not, major injuries. I just worry because, I think of Southeast Alabama and meteorology, wise, meteorologically, I think of Enterprise. This wasn't a tornado anywhere near that strength, but we, many of us in the meteorology community think of that TV region and what happened there where we had, folks lose their life in a school back in '07, I believe it was. So nothing like that. It doesn't sound like just minor injuries, but still, you never want to hear about a roof collapsing at a school, on the students. But it sounds like the injuries are minor, so that's a good sign. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Tornado possible text doing it. And 60-mile-an-hour wind potential still remains for areas in Clay County and Georgia, though that's been dropped, but it continues for Baker, Calhoun, Doherty, Early, Lee, Miller, Mitchell, Randolph, and Terrell. So we're going to keep our eyes on it. Be back here in a little bit. If we get another tornado warning, though, luckily we'll be popping back on here imminently. So stay tuned, stay safe. We'll see you guys here in a little bit. If it's not, before 3 because of some more imminent concern, it'll be at about 3 o'clock.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 3 o'clock as we're tracking 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings just coming in from the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. They're extensions to areas we've been watching here for the last little bit, and they both go now to 4 o'clock. One includes Albany, one includes Tallahassee and, the surrounding areas. So we have to be very careful here of what's going on as we're tracking the situation. Damaging wind gust a possibility, and in the Florida area, there's also, in that warning that goes into Ward Thomas and Decatur and Grady in Georgia, there's also the mention of weak rotation, and a tornado warning may not, be out of the question here. So I have to pay attention to that as we're looking. So let's go ahead and start with the Albany warning here first. As I zoom on in on some of our different tools, you can see all that lightning there, especially around Leesburg there in Lee County. That is really nasty sounding out there. I'm sure there's rumbles of thunder on this Monday afternoon as we're tracking things here, as we're monitoring the scenario. I'm just checking the velocity. You can see some of the brighter colors there right around Leesburg. Even some weak rotation here around Warwick, it looked like. I know you're going to have trouble seeing anything, whether it's, because it's rain wrapped in person and just because on radar, we're kind of far away. Things will be obscured here a little bit as I look at some of the different volume scans. It looks like there's something trying to evolve there a little bit just east of Oakville. We have to watch that. But let me check the radar further north. I know it's probably getting obscured too, but weak rotation there. But again, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning up here around Leesburg, and that's pretty nasty in Leesburg. But Albany's under this warning. This includes parts of Irwin, Turner, Daugherty, Mitchell, Lee, Baker, and Georgia, Calhoun, Tipp, Terrell, Ben Hill, and Worth until 4 o'clock at 2:54. Severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from 6 miles east and southeast of Smithville, I should say, to 9 miles west of Albany to near Leary, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gust stocks, Radium Springs, Sylvester Airport, Parkerville, Waterloo, Tipton, and the like, Irwinville Airport, Albany, Vanceville. So again, just continuing to track all this there in toward that area. It's very important to keep an eye on, obviously, as we already had that report of, at least according to TVY there in Dothan, minor injuries at a school when it seems maybe a tornado came through and ripped off part of a roof. So not what you want to hear, obviously. In that situation, we haven't seen any reports of this yet, other than power outage numbers, but definitely a lot of wind damage around areas there around Houston County in Georgia as well, because it was a really strong wind signature on the velocity on radar as we were looking at things, as we were tracking the situation. So, and now it looks like at least a couple thousand folks are in the dark. I'm surprised there's not more. Maybe more. We just don't know yet. But I know seeing a report of pea-sized hail now around Leesburg, around Highway 195. Getting that report in there as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here. Just trying to give you guys all these latest details here, obviously, on what's happening. Just trying to go through all the details here as we're looking. So, 95-mile-an-hour winds a possibility. At the highest point, if there was a tornado up further up in Georgia, is what I'm seeing here from the Storm Prediction Center. And it's something. The tornadoes probably wouldn't be too strong, but it could still be pretty nasty. Any tornado is nasty, obviously. It's got to be weather aware as we're looking at things here this afternoon. So, again, severe thunderstorm warning around Leesburg, Lee County, Georgia. Albany's under this as well. As we're looking at the scenario, let's try to take you to a traffic camera. Door to 511 traffic camera around Leesburg there right now. And you can see what we're talking about here with some of the inclement conditions. It's not really bad looking, but it's bad enough as we're tracking and then just north of that area, just outside of our area, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning now issued by the Peachtree City office for areas of Crisp, Dodge, Dooley, Lawrence, Pulaski, and Wilcox counties until 3:45. Inside hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, the possibility there. So that's kind of give you an idea of the overall scenario. But as you're kind of looking, that would include areas up into North Cordell, I would think. And okay, excellent. Let's check that. So Crisp County, yeah, there should be a new warning popping in here in a second that fills in this gap here. So it popped up on this source, but it hadn't popped up here yet. But that's just not that there are 62 counties. But just continuing to track, continuing to monitor here on this Monday afternoon. The storm situation, obviously. It's all about trying to be here for you as conditions warrant. So you see that new warning up toward Cordell and points eastward, Abbeville to Eastman. As we're tracking it there, as we're monitoring. I know, just don't man ban. So if I stop talking for a second and I'm looking at some of the latest data here in toward the weather center. Okay, so let me go ahead and just keep looking here. And trying to see if I can find any other traffic cameras. It's just the one, I guess, that we have for Leesburg right now. But I think it was a little bit nastier a few minutes ago because I was able to see a picture. Okay, I can put this up in here. This is a picture of what it looked like a few minutes before, a screenshot of it. It wasn't as bad when we looked at it live, so I guess some of the worst, as you would expect, would be on the kind of like leading edge. But I just kind of zoom in on this picture a little bit more from the Georgia 511 traffic GDOT camera system. This will be from a few minutes ago, and you can kind of see it was looking even worse there. I know this is still shot, but you can see how visibility was pretty reduced. So, as we go back on over here to this view, though, we're going to continue to track things, obviously. No tornado warnings. We just had the one when we first came on the air. It was for that storm on Dothan, moving closer to our area. Kind of weakened some as it got closer, but it apparently produced a tornado in Dothan there, which is, noteworthy in and of itself. I don't think it was just an extremely strong one, but it did cause at least some minor injuries, according to media reports at a school there in the Dothan area. So that's not what you want to hear, but you do want to hear that if they happen, that they'd be on the lesser, severe side. So we're looking at that warning toward Florida as well. A new severe thunderstorm warning down here in toward the Sunshine State that we've been following over the last several minutes. So Tallahassee, the main FSU campus, FAMU, and TCC all need to be on guard. Same with Thomasville. I know some of these areas in between under the warning, like Attapulgis there too, Quincy. You're under this warning, and there's always a chance an area can maximize, and here is not in the most popular area. Would hope that none of the areas maximized anything crazy, but if they did, then you would want to have the least number of folks impacted theoretically. But obviously you don't want your backyard impacted. But just kind of an update on this. So it's about to update. So I was going to read the latest information, but it's not going to be the latest. Now they'll have the latest here. You saw the yellow update. So they dropped out Calhoun County here, but continuing counties toward the east as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring here. Areas of Leon County, obviously, where Tallahassee as the state capital is. They're under this warning, as well as McCullough, Gadsden, Liberty, and Florida in our zones go outside of the area, and then Decatur, Grady, and Thomas. This goes to 4 o'clock. At through 8, severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from near Wiggum to 7 miles southwest of Quincy to 11 miles east of Stone Mill Creek to 6 miles northeast of Port St. Joe, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail possible. Now, they did add a quarter-size hail tag to this. In addition, we have still the tornado possible tag, but, we're just going to have to continue to be weather aware here. Quarter-size hail is not going to do a lot of damage, but it could do a little bit of damage. So you just got to be aware of the situation here as we're dealing with it. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on what's going on. We want to make sure, just everything is being monitored here to the best of our ability. As I know, like Bradford, Tallahassee College there, State College, it used to be community, now it's Tallahassee State College under this, as well as Honeyville, the Jewel Fire Tower, Wakulla Springs, Florence, the Cipolla Cutoff, Florida State University, obviously, as well as FAMU there under this, Orange, South City, communities there like Climax and Lane Cat there, Bloxham under this here too. So just continuing to track everything here for you in the Weather Center, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Just trying to stay on top of everything here as it develops with the overall situation. Obviously local weather's our focus. National weather will be a big story though. In the days to come, a much more significant severe weather maker is expected toward the center of the country than even what we just had yesterday and what's, planned to roll in our local weather today. Now, not certain the local impacts yet, if there will be any or, how that could work out. But nationally, could be a very big deal. That's why the logo is red. Not really for our local stuff today, but for that big national weather maker. It could be, reminiscent. There'll be differences, obviously, as every meteorological system is different, but could be reminiscent to that, the impact level of what happened there on March 14th with this terrible Friday storms there, that second, Friday in March, and we had all that storm action yesterday, center of the country, but nothing like how the perimeters were coming together then. As we're continuing to track things, we do have some rotation here toward, west of Tallahassee, weak rotation. That's actually showing a noteworthy signature. It's pretty rural area so far, but that's just west there of State Road 375. And if this holds together, that could be an issue here. That could be an issue. And another storyline involving a school here now. Really did not like, hearing stuff like this. Just didn't sound as bad as the other one or anything. But up in the ward, I think it'd be the Columbus, Georgia TV market. Already had the issue of the Dothan School, but around Columbus, a large tree fell along Highway 315 across from Pine Ridge Elementary School. So, obviously it's Monday, so kids are mostly in school today in these areas. So, just gotta be very mindful of what could happen here. Just gotta really try to stay safe. And that's around Ellerslie, Georgia. There, it looks like. It was around 12:38 this afternoon. So, okay, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch now since everything's, holding together enough. I don't know how, many more warnings we'll get further east. But since it's warm enough, there's enough of the parameter, we just got a new watch here that goes, pretty far into the time all at 9 o'clock tonight. Now, I really do not think the thread in our area will hold together that long because the parameter will be waning by then. But we're about to see it pop up here probably at 3:15 because that's how they do this. So this would be maybe a 45 seconds or so until it pops in. But let me look at it ahead of time. See how far east this goes because it goes pretty far. I think it does kind of, they have the box on here, so I can't tell exactly if it it says it could not run around Stark and Jacksonville. I was talking about, that earlier, but I don't know if I can't tell if it actually includes the counties yet because the way they do this, you can't really tell. We'll be able to count about 45 seconds is what I said a minute ago, but now about 15 seconds. That's kind of the storyline there. You see that pop up. It'll be watch number in the year. Severe thunderstorm or tornado watch number 89 to 1Z. And there you go. That goes until 9 o'clock tonight. So it includes Lake City. It includes McClenny. It includes Callahan, Yulee, Amelia Island, Fernandina Beach. But it does not include Jacksonville. It does not include Stark, Gainesville, Palatka, St. Augustine. So that's the storyline. Kind of, if they were going to go with a more aggressive idea, then it still wouldn't include Stark or Jacksonville. And that's the case. If something were to transpire and the models are misreading this and it ends up being stronger further east, they can always do a local extension here. But I don't really think that would be necessary right now. Could have some redevelopment with the boundaries in play tomorrow morning towards our Gainesville, but this stuff should weaken out. I know it's warm, and you would say, well, it should hold together, but there's some different things at play here that really should not allow it to after it gets, close to the edge of that pink box there in North Florida, Northeast, North Central Florida. Now, the dew points are pretty high, so it's not, that's not, sometimes you'll see those numbers really drop off to the east and you feel even better about it. It's not holding together, but the model guidance, ARRR is just insistent on this, just completely breaking apart. And it has done a pretty good job here tracking things, just, with this system, not perfect, but, and then it's over the years. Now this is supposed to be 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, so it's already breaking apart more than it's not broken apart that much yet, but we'll just kind of watch the progression here. I mean, this says it really just falling to nothing here, as we look ahead toward the timeline, which that may happen eventually. That's why I'm a little surprised you see that far east, but it is holding together a bit more than this was expecting it to. So, and there's enough of the heat of the day here. It's not like we're getting this to come through early in the day like we'll get sometimes, or late at night or whatever. It's coming through at peak heating pretty much, and it's sunny out there, so toward the east. So as we're looking at things, so we're in start. That's why I'm talking about it like that. But I mean, that's your infrared satellite. I'm going to put visible on. I mean, there's still some breaks in the clouds further east here. Quite a few breaks as we're looking at things. So, just continuing to give you guys the very latest information on the situation. We have some tornado parameters hanging together there. Supercell composite. Instability, I mean, that's a lot of surface phase cave to the east, to be quite honest. We had that chance to destabilize. That is still, the model guidance. I mean, if this line is, in theory, together more than we're expecting, which right now it is together more than what ARRR was expecting, that could be something to watch for. We'll see. We got to play both sides of this to some degree because we have to just make sure, even if I think it's going to kind of decay to work out in Gainesville, I feel pretty good about that. I can't let you lay your guard down. So I'm getting a report out of Jackson County. A tree reported down near the intersection of Fairview Road and Larimore Road. There in areas there further back toward the west of Tallahassee. That was around 2:11 Eastern, which would be 1:11 Central Time. So I'm on east of Round Lake there in Jackson County, Florida. Tree there knocked down. So again, continuing to watch that. Another tree there. You see the other icon. This is one of them, but there's another one up to the north with this line. So this is producing some wind damage even in Florida here. And that, history can be used to kind of get an idea of what could happen here in toward the future. So. Okay, that's the 42 there in Quincy. This is looking a little more impressive here in some ways on our velocity, the way this is coming together here. We have all the students here in town with all the different universities. So we got to be careful. I know Leon County Schools, they were in session today. I know there was some discussion on whether they would change school schedules or not. I think after what happened last year, in last May, with just the storms coming through there that early morning, but there's another severe thunderstorm watch that day, where things weren't looking just overwhelming and things just took that turn for the worse. So there's more focus on this now. There's more, of a look at this stuff, even on a lower risk type of day. So tricky stuff. You just never know, really, one way or the other. I know there's just a lot more vigilance about it, but it's just tricky stuff here as we're looking. So I know there was a day a few years ago too, where I had some pop-up stuff. It seemed like, I don't know if it was exactly, if it was an organized setup, but folks trying to get from school there, and I don't remember the exact details, but I believe we had a fatality. So this, it's tricky stuff. That was not a big risk day, and this risk did get reduced, as I was talking about here. The pattern, the models were really just showing this decay, but this shows, it looks fairly robust here I mean, this is low level. This is going to probably knock some trees down in Tallahassee here next few minutes. So hopefully folks are in their safe spot here as we're tracking this. This looks like it could cause some damage. Not, like overwhelming damage right now. It doesn't look like that. Things can change quickly. Don't get me wrong. We've seen that before plenty of times, but it looks like it could definitely be capable of damage. This looks more like a, organized threat here. This doesn't look like just a marginal type of threat. It's not a marginal threat in general, but sometimes you have a big risk or whatever, not get much. This looks like it could do some damage. So you need to be inside. I'd be away from windows. I really want to be in a spot where if there's that tree that's leaning close to your house, be in a spot where if it falls, it's not going to fall on you. So be very, vigilant about that here right now, because this is the type of wind that can knock some stuff down in toward Tallahassee. This is, to be this, low down and seeing winds of almost 60 miles an hour, this is going to cause some problems. Unless it's really weakened. It's not as bad as what we saw in Georgia around, Warner Robinson North, where I was seeing winds of 90, but this is 60 winds coming into a highly populated area. You got to be really careful here around Tallahassee. So be very, very careful there in Leon County right now. Again, just continuing to give you the very latest. Continuing to give you the very latest details. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family on this Monday afternoon. So again, just checking all my details here. I'm going to keep zooming around. You see around areas just west of Ashburn there, we have some wind enhancement. West of I-75. I switched different radar modes because I want to get the best views, and that it looks like that's a little bit worse up there on Ashburn than it would be back at like Albany. And I'm running some different things here in our system, so seems like from that initial view that Albany kind of got a glancing blow from this versus, going right through. But we'll look for more reports since we're not right at the radar of it. Tallahassee might get more than a glancing blow. They may get, hit pretty hard. This isn't a hurricane. This is not, last May's wind event. It doesn't look like, with something to that degree. Granted, that developed so rapidly, and that was in a severe thunderstorm watch as well, versus, a more significant type of watch in the form of a tornado watch. But you just have to be here and watch, and you have to be here to guide you. So you see brighter colored, we still got to be paying attention. Just don't let your guard down by any stretch there on Tallahassee. Let's see if I can get some camera. It might not give an idea of the worst of the wind right on the interstate, but we'll try to get some Florida 5-1 cameras in here. So bear with me. It'll take me a moment. It's just a one-man band, of course, as we've alluded to before. So I have to load them in our system. I have to kind of find them as I'm talking to you guys here live. But let me just go ahead and keep looking here. Keep tracking. Get an idea. Let me go ahead and zoom on in here on this. So Midway, maybe go just east of Midway possibly. With a camera shot. Something like that. Okay, so we'll get to I-10, the Blue Star Highway area, until you saw it here. A little bit elevated, of course, as cameras would be in these situations. But it shows some of the shaking around here on the viewpoint. Again, live view of the situation there. As we're giving you guys the very latest. Again, severe thunderstorm warning effect for the Tallahassee area, so you just have to really be mindful of what's going on. That's what we're here for, to keep you guys safe and informed as we give you the views like that Florida 511 perspective. It's very important to stay on top of things. I want to make sure you guys get an idea of exactly what is going on in these different instances. Folks being out on the road and cameras taken around. There's a time that a lot of people have to be on the roads here, unfortunately, which you hate to see, you know, folks having to be out in this. But sometimes they don't have a choice. They have to be out in these inclement conditions. So again, we're still here with you, 326 on this on Monday. Let me go ahead and move away from this shot. We're just going to keep looking at things. See around Norfleet. So that wind, I mean, you see that gradient here too, right by the radar. Probably see some pretty nasty winds here. Reported at that Tallahassee airport in the next few moments. There's a little bit of that green and red trying to come together there. It's not overwhelming by any stretch, but just gotta be kind of careful with this coming right into Tallahassee like that. You know, some of this could become a little bit more of an issue here to Ward FSU. Catch people off guard. You really don't want to be out going to class right now, if you can help it. I mean, if, you know, it's hard to, you know, say sometimes, you know, maybe what you need to do, but I mean, it's a situation, and you know, I had perfect attendance and the like over the years, but it's just the idea, you know, the idea here. You don't want to be in a situation where you're risking your life either. Even lightning can be deadly, you know, as we've talked about plenty of times before. So again, watching this in Tallahassee, Thomasville, let's give you guys an update there in Thomas County. Some of this action movement in there. East at 35 is the movement with a storm axe and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust quarter, so that's hail. Those are both a possibility. Again, continuing to give you guys all these updates here. I'm checking all the different sources to keep you guys safe and informed. We're trying to make sure we're on top of this for everybody, obviously. We had that tornado warning earlier. 4 parts of our southwest Georgia zones. So that's why, you know, we got to make sure we're staying on top of this. We got to be here for you guys. We have to be on the air as conditions warrant. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. So again, checking some different things. Getting a report now around Bloxham in Leon County, a train spotter reporting dime to nickel sized hail. So, you know, that's something we got to be keeping our eyes on. Definitely have to stay aware in these situations. So again, I'm going to zoom on in a little bit as we look at this. You see areas around I-10, some pretty strong winds of brighter colors. A little bit of weak rotation down here. I need to watch that a bit. Down there in McCullough County. A little bit of green trying to mix in with that red. So some weak spin there. Possibility. Something to be noteworthy, you know, about taking note of. So again, we're here for you again. Your start gains with a concern a lot less for later on. We're not into the new watts either, but as for that to the west, it's a different story. See that pink area there on the map? That is a severe thunderstorm watch, you know, situation, and we have two of these actually. Let me put the boundaries up. One, they're like areas like Albany. It only goes to 6 o'clock, and it starts, you know, pretty much wrapping up there now. But then the area further off toward east that goes all the way into like Lake City, McClinney, and Bernalillo Beach, that watch goes till 9 o'clock. So, you know, we even had a little pop-up storm there right around the St. John's Flagler coast a little while ago. If you were kind of paying attention there, you can see the back it up. But that's kind of moving away right this moment. It's so warm over there. And there's temperature at 88 there in Flagler County. That is really warm. That's beach weather. I mean, honestly, just be careful, obviously, at the coast because you know, it's going to watch out for rip currents and or lightning popping up there on you real quick. But if you are taking precaution, you know, these temperatures are pretty good for the beach. Water's still a little cool, but we're seeing that increase in the temperature of that. I know we're at 83 here east. It's dark right now. So it is a warm day. For sure. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. And I'm just kind of giving you guys an outlook at things. The storm chance, you know, and then some of that lingering toward like dark and Gainesville tomorrow, we would actually have a better chance in some ways. The storms here popping up on us tomorrow here, if further east, but then, you know, that severe chance might not be that high, but it might be close, if not exceeding 90 degrees, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday as well, and then maybe not much rain after that because some of that pattern kind of stalls out further up to the north, you know, as we look at things for a while. And they're going to have so much rain up there in the pattern. I mean, in like, you know, western Kentucky, western Tennessee. Could be a terrible flood event in addition to a major severe weather scenario. So gotta really be keeping our thoughts and prayers up in play for those folks. Go ahead and zoom down to the south. There's a severe thunderstorm warning now popping up right over West Palm Beach area there. We have quarter-size hail, the main threat in that area, around spots, you know, as you're looking there, like Havre Hill. So that's kind of a storyline there. Pop-up stuff. I mean, it's a little early in the year for that, but it can happen. For sure. I know the latest Day 3 outlook just came out for a national storyline. I happen to have Peachtree City's information up because what we were looking at earlier on up toward Atlanta and like, see, they're under a marginal for Day 3. I want to see if they went to a moderate for, you know, marginal up there, but let's see if they went to a moderate for the storyline. Give me a moment here. I hadn't popped up into one mode. Let me just look. They're still going enhanced, but a very big enhanced risk zone goes all the way from like Texarkana, give or take, to around Detroit. That is a huge area from southwest to northeast. You know, but you know, almost all of Arkansas in that, a lot of Missouri, most of Illinois, all of Indiana. You know, some areas will have greater tornado threats, and some will have more of the wind threat or hail, be more prominent in other spots potentially. When the hail and the tornado threat can kind of work together a little bit more than straight line wind. But my point being, you know, it's going to be a bad day on Wednesday potentially nationally. Even Tuesday night now, some of the threats going up further out. We're like Wichita, maybe down toward Tulsa as well. We'll wait and see. Oklahoma City if possible. We'll have to kind of watch the latest trends. And depending on how much stuff pops up earlier on, there may be a chance, you know, if stuff can really become more linear and take, you know, advantage of the environment, and maybe that helps, and at least in points. It may not, because the environment could be too just significant, but it could help to suppress some of the acts at other points and mitigate some of the threat further on. But it's hard to say on that too far out without looking at more high-res information. So again, okay, let me get back to Tallahassee though, because we're tracking this. I know the warnings are being updated here. So tornado possible tagging the southernmost with hail though to an inch, wind to 60 miles an hour. This is about hail and wind up there. I know the Moody radar isn't working, so I can't go to that one. Unfortunately, that'd be helpful in this situation. But this is going right across Tallahassee. I think it'd be interesting to see what kind of wind reports we get. If for some reason we don't get a lot of damage reports, or not much at all, don't get a lot of wind numbers, and maybe we don't get a lot more warnings later on because it may not be much, a more favorable environment than this here for the rest of the day. But if we get a whole bunch of damage reports, there's more opportunities, more sites to measure the wind, because of the population density. If you get a bunch of reports, it's going to be hard to want to drop warnings for a while further east because, you don't want to get rid of the warnings if you just don't know, because if it produced bad air, have things, maybe the question comes up, have things really weakened enough to drop the warning? So that's kind of, always a determining factor to see which way does that thinking go. Does it go, okay, we're getting quite a few reports, we're going to keep things going, and unless the radar really weakens, what's showing there, or it's the flip side. Oh, well, it's already looking pretty strong, and we just went through and didn't really get that much. So then you say, okay, well, we don't need to keep issuing them. We'll just go with significant advisories unless we see something really pop back up. But this is always kind of that spot where you kind of flip the coin one way or the other sometimes. Here across the Tallahassee area, we have all the sensors, all the population. I know it's not in our area, but we are just getting a report. Tornado warning in South Carolina popping up now. Okay, so that's something they're tracking up there, moving toward areas like Saluda. So that's a storyline for those folks. As we continue to watch, continue to track. I see the new advisory further east up here. That kind of closes the gap in. I'm a little surprised in a way. Let me see though. There's some stuff popping up in the gap there. So, even if we get an advisory for the gap, that would make me think it'd be hard to want to, at least drop both of these warnings here, because there'll probably be some reports here, some damage coming up. We got some already in the lesser popular areas of the west, so it's going to be hard to see things kind of drop here further off toward the east. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. It's that time of year where the weather's changing. It's late March. Sometimes, the patterns here, and they clash and the like. This is when you have meteorological problems. So we gotta always stay on top of things. Gotta always stay alert for rapidly changing weather conditions. Again, still monitoring things here at this hour. Those things, are nasty around Tallahassee right now with the storm Axon. We'll keep checking for some updates here. I see the latest, from Hurricane Center in terms of different tropical cyclone reports have been released in the form of one for Milton. So that's a pretty big deal. Don't have too much time to retweet that here right now, but or read that right now, but I'm gonna retweet it so you guys can over there at Cloud Casey on Twitter/X. I know time to get these big reports released when we're down with severe weather. As Hurricane Center, looking at different stuff, and we had a pretty bad severe weather event when the Michael report got released, upgraded to Cat 5 at landfall there back in 2019 when that upgrade happened. But now that was unless something changed in this, it was a Cat 5, at one point there. And that's what they're still saying, but it wasn't a Cat 5, obviously, when it hit Florida. So I just retweeted that there at Cloud Casey, though, on Twitter. Okay, we just got a report from Tallahassee office now that their rooftop at FSU, obviously, on the Love Building, there was a gust of 50 miles an hour reported. So it's pretty strong for right there on campus. That could have caused some issues here over the last few moments. Could have caused some issues over the last few moments there for sure. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here in the meteorology world. So I'm just continuing to give you guys the very latest. It's all about trying to stay on top of everything for you. I'm trying to be here for you, obviously. I'm going to go ahead and retweet the severe thunderstorm watch just to be on the safe side here, too. In case something does ramp up toward Lake City. But probably wouldn't be that far east, but we'll see. Valdosta could have that out there, too. But we've been talking about it on here. We don't generally retweet all that, but since we tweeted the Milton report, wanted to kind of stay on top of that. Okay, so we're continuing to track everything here for you. I know we had that report for Helene released recently from the Hurricane Center, that post-analysis. What I'm talking about here. And that just came out from Milton in the last few moments, but, not tied to what we're talking about here. But I see it looks like Florida 501. They've got some of the cameras now in town live, so that's a new feature here. So we need to pull some of those in then. So where do we want to pull? I know that some of them probably come from the city of Tallahassee, but I'll try to look down toward the Woodville area a little bit as we're doing with this. Okay, so let me go ahead and give you some of the different views here. Bear with me. Since these are new, I want to make sure I'm able to use these on this. I mean, it is on the Florida 501, but these are a lot of new cameras. Last time we went on here, it looks like Tallahassee, it deals with DOT and traffic systems. So, okay, so we'll go ahead and pull this on in then. So this is going to be a view from Capitol Circle Southeast and Merchants Row Boulevard. See some of the roads there in toward that area. Definitely telling that story of the inclement conditions here this afternoon. It's always important to stay on top of things. So again, that's one perspective. Okay, with all these new camera views here available to us on this. I know some of the work has already gone through around FSU, but let's go ahead and try to see if we can pull up some cameras around there to see what's going on with the overall, lingering weather. I'll tell you what, there's a big backup. That's for sure with the wet weather. Hopefully no accidents in here, but it very well could be. This is going to be Gain Street and Lake Bradford Road. They're getting closer to where at FSU. And you can see all that, wet road acts in there telling the story. So Again, kind of giving you the view on what's happening there as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the scenario. We'll go ahead and give you another view now toward Hendry Street and Stadium Drive. And you can kind of get another view on what's going on. It's through the Florida 511 system, but Tallahassee, traffic monitoring here as well, I would seem, based on just very quick research on that logo in the bottom right. Now the live views being pulled in here, so that's really helpful for future reference. And you can see those slick conditions, that rain. These would have been helpful in that winter weather event if we'd have had all these riding in town like this, Tallahassee, but let's go ahead and go to Tennessee Street at Woodward Avenue now. Getting there right, close toward that. If I remember my roads right, close to that new meteorology, pretty new meteorology building there at FSU. So there's the view as you're tracking things. Getting very slick out there, but most of the wind are dying down in some of these areas now. I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest. Let's go to Brevard Street and Tennessee Street. A lot of traffic out there in that rain. And, that can cause issues, obviously. Could lead to some accidents. This is Brevard Street and Tennessee Street there. A lot of backup on the road for sure. We'll go further east now, and we can get anyway. We'll go to pretty far east here, Appalachia Parkway at Connor Boulevard. As we're going to go ahead and kind of give you guys a look at this. I know starting to kind of get some of this get further past. By the way, report out of Miller County in Georgia. Thunderstorm wind damage around 2:32 this afternoon. A tree was down around the Harmony Church Road, Highway 4 area. But you see some of the tree action and some of that still moving there. And there's further east in Tallahassee. So again, just kind of still looking here at the situation. We probably didn't get the worst of that on the camera views here. Because, I generally we have this in Tallahassee. We don't have all the views right into town, so we just have the interstate shots, and there's really not as much to show on some of those, but obviously we have those new views now, so that's really helpful. Something for future storm accidents, especially when stuff's a little more robust. We have a gust of 50 at FSU reported on the Love Building, but haven't seen anything too crazy other than that. But let me take my Tallahassee power outage map here. Let me go ahead and check that. Okay, well, so far, only 2 customers out. So that tells me these storms, even though we got, I guess, the 50 at FSU, on the roof of the Love Building there, the Weather Service Office, Tallahassee. Other than that, we haven't had anything too crazy with only 2 customers in the dark. That's a good sign that these storms may not be too crazy, but, it's possible that we're not, reading things right there. Because that's a pretty nasty pixel there, right in that one little area. That's almost like a, that's really trying to come together, it looks like, there on that scan. Because once you get further from the radar, you can see stuff better on velocity. When you're right there at it, it's hard to see, quite honestly. But that one pixel is, and it's still kind of standing out. I mean, just kind of look here. Ooh, is that something tornadic maybe trying to come together there? Tell you what, okay, I don't predict from that. It's pretty rural, but it's hard to even describe where that is. It's southeastern Leon County, but boy, that sewed up on debris tracker. I didn't particularly like that. You know, I don't particularly like seeing that there. This is just 2 minutes ago, so. That's a little bit off, maybe, but could be something, some wind damage happening right in there. You know, that's getting this southeast of US 319 now, but if there was any type of touchdown for a tornado, it's been very brief and weak, don't get me wrong. You just have to watch for things that are co-located, and that's kind of in that vicinity there. So it's at least interesting. Definitely nothing definitive. I mean, there's no tornado warning, so. And there's nothing, you know, it's not overwhelming by any stretch. We have to watch. As we get to the north, we'll continue to track things. I told you about Warner Robins earlier on. I was concerned up there for that wind, and they did get a report now where apparently there was hail to a quarter size there, which is an inch in diameter. And then amateur radio reporting there are trees downed on Gowan Road, badly damaging 2 vehicles. So you hate hearing that. As we continue to track things, that's some rotation there into Irwin County. That's in our area. Don't come to Moody Radar. If we did, we'd be able to see this better otherwise, but we used the Robins, and that's going to be hard to tell on. If we have to just keep extending thunderstorm warnings on this stuff then, because it's hard to say what's really happening in there for sure unless we get any ground truth, but there's some weak rotation moving toward Ocilla, so be on alert there on Ocilla if you hear some odd noises. You're not even under a severe thunderstorm warning in town yet, so just be weather aware there. It's hard to say what could be happening there one way or the other. You just be weather aware, obviously. So again, we're still trying to track things. We're still monitoring. You know, that looks like we just got to still keep watching. Got to still keep watching as we have a new severe thunderstorm warning actually for both of these areas. Extended out now to 4:45 for portions of Jefferson, Leon, Madison, Taylor, and Wakulla counties. And then in Georgia until 5 o'clock for portions of Ben Hill, Berrien, Cook, Irwin, Tipton, Turner counties. So those will pop up momentarily, new yellow boxes. As we're tracking things further east. So there they are, your new yellow boxes. Up there on the side of Costin here. Northern Cook, Irwin, Northern Berrien, Southeastern Turner, Tipton, Ben Hill County till 5 o'clock. At 3:52, a severe thunderstorm complex located along the line extending from near, it looks like, if I'm pronouncing these areas right, the Milan area to near Omega. Could be some different pronunciations for those areas there, but we're moving east at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter size hail, Fitzgerald, Mystic, over toward Enigma. We also have areas there like Arwenville under this. And then you have this warning, you know, on Thomasville, you're getting it pretty nasty there in Thomas County. Let me just check velocity on the mode real quick. Yes, pretty nasty over there in Thomas County. Don't see anything overwhelming, but as you see that new warning to the east, this goes to 4:45 for eastern Wakulla, Jefferson, northwestern Taylor, southeastern Leon, and western Madison counties. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 10 miles west of Monticello to 6 miles northeast of Woodville, 12 miles south of Crawfordville, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on that. Just trying to keep you guys up to date. I know coffee, there's a significant advisory for that county further up to the north. We did just get the latest SPC outlook, and I noticed it looked like maybe some changes to the enhanced risk. I mean, there are some changes here. Luckily, you know, it's just, you know, I mean, you know, you see Albany's been trimmed out, which is good. But, you know, a lot of this is sitting north of an area with that. The yellow is stopped around Lake Butler and the like, and then we turn into the green, which is still a low-end risk of some storm acts and hanging together, but we're hopeful. Granted, this stuff is somewhat, you know, I don't want to say overachieving yet, but it shouldn't be decaying a little bit more than this. It seems like it could be on a path to overachieving further east if we keep these trends together. It's warmed up so much further out toward the east here, and if we'd have had more decay with this earlier on, you know, we might have had this weekend off a little quicker. Granted, I don't know how many reports we've had in Tallahassee yet, or it's possible these aren't, you know, with the power outage numbers being so low, these aren't just the worst storms we've ever seen by any stretch. So I want to see something around Boston, Georgia now. Granted, there's an anomaly on the radar that could be kind of making this look worse than it is. But I think there's something to this here. So ignore this, ignore that up there. That is an issue with the way the radar reads things with the capital and the capital city. But as we look down toward the south, you have the green and red here. A little bit of a circulation trying to develop a little bit of a bowing structure there as that moves up to the north and the east. So you got to be kind of mindful of that there. That could be indicative of some more wind damage potential. You know, so got to be paying attention there. And that's, you know, outside of a warning. So interesting. You know, it's not overwhelming, but it's only winds about 50. So it's tricky in this pattern, don't get me wrong. This is not the easiest pattern to kind of warn for, but Terrell County Dispatch, they're reporting a tree down there near Harold Dover Road and Sasser Harold Road around 235 in Terrell County, Georgia. As we continue to watch, trying to stay on top of everything here for you. I know we may take another break, you know, like we did in the 2 o'clock hour since there's no tornado warnings. You're also not in the most popular areas right now, but of course, if we get another tornado warning or something really imminent, we'll pop back in at once. But otherwise, go back to 30-minute updates, give or take. Obviously, be more, you know, frequent than that probably, but just kind of give you the idea as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. Just trying to be here for you. I was just checking some power outage numbers behind the scenes. I know in here it's hard to see what's happening up here because normally the radar we'd use would be the Moody Air Force Base radar, and it's down right now, so kind of having to almost guess what's going on up here. And it's not terrible coverage in the, like Ben Hill County, but Ocilla, you're not getting very good coverage, is what I'm saying on the radar. You start to really push it. I mean, you're really on the edge of that. Let me check the I mean, it'll not, you know, this is terrible radar coverage there. You can't see what's going on hardly, but it's not like the day in 2017 where 2 of the 3 radars we were using in the region were out, but I think it was Tallahassee and it may have, it's either Fort Rucker / Fort Novasil or Moody, but 2 of the 3 were out that day, and, you know, watching there for a while, and that morning, it was hard to see stuff on radar, having to issue tornado warnings for everything. And, you know, that's an environment where we had stuff so capable of producing damage, but some of these storms weren't. And so we were actually getting some stuff more, you know, really, you know, making things even seem crazier than it was. But it was still really bad, obviously. A deadly, deadly day here across the area that, you know, January 21st, 2017, 22nd, 2017, for our area there. January 22nd, 2017. Again, continuing to give you the latest. You see around Tipton there, some pretty nasty wind enhancement coming in. We do have cameras, so let me see if I can pull one up for the Tipton area. See what's happening over there. There's some backup on the roads. Must be some type of accident. Ooh, I don't love that traffic at all. Hopefully that's not weather related. There probably is some weather relation to this. That is not good traffic there in Tipton. My goodness. Right under the interstate, it looks like. Might be some type of accident there. Tipp County. Does not look fun. But, you know, the camera's shaking, the rain coming down. It's not the worst weather you've ever seen there yet. But just checking here some of the different views. Check one here further out. See, you'll be able to see the inclement conditions. See those lights there. Traffic lights taking around some there. According to the system, the Georgia 5-1 system, this is near the Walmart and Lowe's area, it would seem. That's what that seems to indicate. And we'll continue to give you the updates at 4 o'clock here on your Monday afternoon. You did get a report from Fitzgerald. Just about 43 miles an hour at 355. That's up in here, of course. Put the mouse on the screen. So about protecting you, your friends, your family. You see around Wakena. You see winds to about 50 miles an hour showing up on the velocity mode of the radar. That's your wind mode, obviously. There's yellows, you know, not really bright yellows, but indicative about winds about 50 moving toward the Wakena area. I know in central Georgia we have a slew of warnings, including, you know, one of these is in South Georgia in our area, but, you know, kind of angles up maybe a little bit. And we're just clipping our area further up. We'll see if we get that lucky or not, if this kind of still clips enough of Atkinson, Pierce, and like Glenn to keep some warnings in our counties, you know, our region. Just depends on the convective trends, I'm sure. So around Wakena, Wassissa, see Monticello. You gotta still watch, I know down here around Crawfordville as well. And just east of Crawfordville, really. Eastern McCulloch County. So. Now, what I see on Radar didn't look the most impressive, and what I looked at the model guidance, you know, which is gonna not maybe, you know, account for like, you know, I mean, what I'm saying is that the radars here, when we get further away on this stuff, it may be distorting it to look not as intense as it is, or it may just really be weakening here. Well, on the models, it's not going to necessarily do that. It's just going to, you know, it's so that there was going to be a weakening trend. So I'm thinking here that we're seeing that weakening trend some at this point in time. So what I think I'm going to do, unless I see something in the next few seconds I need to talk about in more detail and more depth here, I'll wrap it, and we'll keep the stream going, obviously. We have to see if there's some watches and play the 1 even till 9 further east. So we got to still pay attention. And, you know, coverage will continue to update at least every half hour. But, you know, obviously if we get another tornado warning like we did earlier on, we'll be back on immediately. There's some weak rotation there, don't get me wrong, around Wakena. We got to be careful. You know, this could tighten up quick. I mean, on these lines, you don't even have to have it that strong. We've had it before. Like Jefferson County, I want to. It's hard to keep time straight here at this point, but I want to say a few weeks back, give or take, early in the morning, we had something that wasn't all that strong, and we had a tornado warning pop out of it. So it didn't look all that strong, so but it was pretty nasty circulation. So you gotta be careful as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. Watching up toward Tipton, Ocilla, Fitzgerald as well. So we're here for you, keeping you guys safe, or trying to keep you guys safe anyway, keep you guys informed on the latest developments. And just getting a loop ready for the radar here. And we'll be back at 4:30 unless we need to pop back in sooner once this loop completes. And I can just put that up here so you can kind of watch the progression of things over the last little bit here with the overall scenario. Just see how things have been moving along here. How they've been tracking, obviously, in the overall pattern. So, just letting the frames load one more time through. Or in alert mode. It's honestly more for Wednesday and, that national pattern coming up. Just that loop of the radar right here. And I'm including Macon area in here because it's been so significant up there with the wind potential. You can kind of see that area a little bit more. The pink areas where the watches and those cut on off. But as we continue to track things. So we'll be back at 4:30 unless we have another tornado warning or need to pop back in sooner. So that'll do it for now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Stay tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys safe best I can and informed.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now, giving you the latest on our severe weather situation. You do see the severe thunderstorm warnings continue to remain in effect here as we're looking at things for the next little bit. It's the yellow boxes here on the screen right now as we're monitoring the scenario as it does evolve. So again, we just gotta stay weather aware here. You see that pink zone, that's the severe thunderstorm watch in play. They're looking further east until 9 o'clock tonight, so we just have to kind of stay on top of this here. I don't think the threat's going to really last near that long as we're tracking this here. I think it's going to be weakening, and I think it's already weakening some. We did have some reports here as we're looking further off toward the west over the last little bit, so let's kind of recap some of the new information. You saw some of it just jump off because it's been like an hour, but I back it up one frame because we do have some reports that have come in out of the Tallahassee area. We knew about the gust there on the top of the FSU building there on campus, the Love Building, where the National Weather Service Tallahassee office is. Gust, I said 50, I think it's actually 51 is what they have in the official report now. But then we also have some reports here of some trees around the Bradfordville area. Emergency manager reported a tree down on a home there in the word areas there around Bradfordville. It'll be this area where I put the icon, and this area here where this other icon is an emergency manager reporting a tree down near the intersection of Pimlico Drive and Jamaica Court. So and then we have another report here as we're tracking things. Emergency manager reporting much of Tram Road covered in branches and about 4 trees down near the intersection there of, it looks like, West and Tram Roads intersection with the St. Joe Road. So well, that's where we had some wind enhancement on radar. So we need that higher velocity signature as we were looking at things a little bit ago here during the coverage. So again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to give you guys the very latest. So again, just trying to stay on top of things here in toward the Weather Center. So again, we just have to be very mindful. We already had that, situation around Dothan earlier, where there were some apparently just mainly, it would sound like minor injuries, but still, out of school, involving some students there with a roof being blown off there to some degree by a tornado. We also had some nasty wind around Warner Robins earlier as we were discussing there in central Georgia. So it's been fairly busy here over the last little bit as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. I know we're 82 degrees now here. East is dark, so cooling off just a little bit, but that's by 1 degree. I mean, that's kind of, not much, obviously, just escaping some of that peak heating, but let's go ahead and see our alerts here. The severe thunderstorm warning continues. It looks weaker, but we just are watching some of the stuff in Georgia. We just got a new warning issued here. So let me go ahead and, our Moody radar is not working, so we have to kind of switch around and see. It looks like they issued one for Coffee County and also Bacon and Jeff Davis, which are outside of our area. Severe thunderstorm warning till 5 o'clock, though. So that's moving out of the area, it would seem, generally, as we look ahead. But right now, Coffee's in our area, so we have to be mindful of that. That's out ahead of where we had this other warning, which that's Duquesne. So that's at least kind of a good sign here. But this warning's going to go to 5 o'clock as we're tracking things, as we give you guys the very latest here on what's happening on the latest developments here. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and keep looking here at the latest information. You can see this looks like it's kind of falling off some too, like what we said the models were showing. That decay was anticipated here as we were looking, later on in the timeline. And it seems like that is starting to become the predominant story now. We still have to stay weather aware. So again, I just continue to give you guys the very latest is what I need to do here. So I haven't talked quite as long, which is good, but we were on there in that 3 o'clock hour, a whole hour. So again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date here trying to keep you guys up to date on what's going on here in the Weather Center. So, trying to be here with you guys, obviously. Gonna keep on tracking things. We'll see some stronger wind moving up toward the Valdosta area, maybe. We'll see if that gets a warning over the next little bit. Again, just trying to keep an eye on all the trends. It seems like they're going more for an advisory here. Yeah, you can see the advisory. They just issued out ahead of this till 5:30. So that tells me they're going to drop that warning here in Florida pretty soon, which is a good sign. We have to watch kind of in between. It's hard to tell on the radar exactly what's going on, and then further up, you know, as we're in the overall scenario here. So again, still trying to keep you guys up to date here on the very latest developments. Just zooming around here, looks like some rotation in North Davis County, but that's outside of our areas. Of course, we're watching our area, our 62 counties. We're in Bradford in North Central Florida, where the threat is a lot lower here than other parts of the region today. But other areas here, you know, to the north and west are, you know, worth watching. You have to pay attention to them because we've had the threat and we've had some damage reports. Not overwhelming, but we've had some damage reports here in our area today. So that's worth noting. And we do have warnings like toward Coffee County in Georgia. There is a lingering warning there toward like Ben Hill and the like as we're looking at things, and Tipped and Barron and Irwin and Cook. Though honestly, I'm not impressed by that. And then they're dropping the other warning, it would seem, with the you know, the advisory out ahead of it. So that tells me we're probably just going to have a situation here where we just have the one warning remaining from, you know, points here forward. You know, that being just a little bit. So that's some good news here. We're starting to downtrend some now, which is what we want to see. That's what we want to see here for sure as we're looking at the scenario. As we continue to give you the latest updates. So again, just continuing to check everything here for you. You see some stuff in the Gulf. We'll continue to watch it. See how it evolves. And I need to go ahead, and that's the current mode actually there. We're watching stuff here on the Doppler. That's, you know, down in here. Let me put my marker here. That's weakening. Gotta watch this stuff, you know, in between, like around Valdosta. It could be pretty gusty with the wind there if we don't have a warning. Watching up there, that's just outside of the other warning for the most part. And this is the one that zoomed in too far, but this is the one here where we have a little bit more concern with the actual warning. But I'll be moving out of our area here pretty soon. So we're going to keep paying attention, but we're going to take another break. Be back at 5 o'clock unless we need to pop back in sooner. So, again, just continuing to give you the latest updates here, though, as they are warranted. I know they are expiring the warning if you see it off the map, but technically still going for the 5 minutes reporting to Jefferson, Madison, Taylor, and McCullough. But, you know, that threat there seems to be downtrending, which is what we want to see. Still got to pay attention to Valdosta, as I alluded to. Got some wind enhancement there in Lowndes County still. We don't have the greatest look on the radar view there, so kind of just have to be careful as we're tracking all that, as we're monitoring all that. It's all about, you know, being on top of things here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So getting that loop together again, other Doppler perspective. So we'll leave that up, and if we need to pop back in before the top of the hour, I will. But otherwise, we'll be back at 5 o'clock Eastern with another update from the Weather Center as we continue to watch the progression here of the storms. So let's just kind of put that on here. I noticed, you know, we did have a little storm in southeast Georgia develop for a few minutes there earlier with some lightning, but that has fallen apart. You know, if you look toward like Charlton County there, it was, only up for a little bit and then it went away. So that was kind of intriguing, but we're going to keep watching the trends. I'll be back here with a bit more information in about 20 minutes unless we need to pop back in before.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 5 o'clock. As you're seeing, our line of storms had some damage reported around Tallahassee and the like here in some other areas in South Georgia as well. You see the area of Storm Axon that moved to Tallahassee. That's further to the east now this weekend. No longer any warnings on that part. That's in Florida here, so that's good news. Kind of what we were anticipating. Some of that decay here, we're starting to catch up with it. Still pretty strong, a gust about 40 possible as we watch that track from Taylor County and the like there, and eventually into word like Columbia County in that vicinity. But that's weakening on off some, so you can kind of tell there's not as much red within the line anymore down there. There are still some severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia, though, that we have to contend with. And we still have to watch in Florida in case something somehow tries to re-strengthen them. But we have a couple warnings in Georgia here. Had some updates pop in last little bit. They weren't urgent enough to pop back in with, but we had the radar going, of course. But there's a Berrien and Lanier till 5:15. It's a thunderstorm that was in the Nashville, Georgia vicinity. Moving east at 35 miles an hour. So watching that there very carefully as we're tracking things. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail possibility as we're looking at things here, as we're tracking the very latest, obviously. So, just trying to keep you guys up to date on that. Around the Weber community, Knoxville, Berrien County Airport, you kind of get the idea here where I'm kind of staying tuned there for the latest as we watch the involvement of this here in toward the timeline. So, always important to watch that there. Obviously, the other warning further off, till 5:15 includes parts of Coffee and Atkinson counties here, as we're kind of seeing the involvement of things. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail possibility, Pearson to Willacoochee in there, as we're looking at that scenario. So, just have to stay tuned. This warning here is in play for a little bit of Coffee County, but that's moving out of the area, so that's good news. As we're watching that, it's really about these two warnings down in here now. And, we'll watch the progression because that one moving out of Tallahassee jurisdiction, a pretty strong storm, by the way, around right off to the east. We'll watch that too, but no warning on it. So, things not as nasty as they were looking earlier on, but it's tough to pay attention. It's tough to remain weather aware here. But you can kind of tell Albany's cooled off, Tallahassee's cooled off into the 60s as well, as things are improving here in general. So let's go ahead and put up some of the model guidance. This is what it's supposed to look like around 6 o'clock or so. I'm not going to be perfect, obviously, but as we continue to watch the progress, and you see it really still in this decay and kind of moving out toward the northeast. You just saw, by the way, some of the watch go away. But then as we get into tomorrow morning, we could have some stronger storm potential again, try to reemerge eventually. It's not a guarantee that that latest run not really picking up on that, so it'd be good if that didn't happen. We do need some rain, though, around like Stark and Gainesville. I mean, we did have some yesterday, though, so that was helpful, obviously, but we still could use more because it's going to start getting a little drier again. But a lot of this, going to decay. Probably get a little bit of rain, but as we're looking at the situation, as we're watching it, I know the radar coverage also isn't great up here because the Moody radar is down, so it's really hard to see what's going on. As we're looking further up toward the north. To the south, there's now an advisory for some storms popping up there around Lake County in Florida. I know we had a couple tornado warnings in Central Florida yesterday, but as we're looking at things, let's go ahead and kind of look here at some of the radar mode. It's not great having that one radar down. It's really, in that one part of South Georgia, it makes it really inconvenient, and that have really no idea if anything's still maintaining itself or not. I mean, we're guessing as a meteorology community. May be pretty nasty around Pearson. I'm sure it's heavy rain in there, but it's hard to see if there's severe weather. I'm having to look up the Robbins radar. That's up toward Macon, and because we don't have the other radar, I know they just canceled a warning for Berrien and Lanier. Now, part of that reason, if not the whole reason, is just moved out of that box anyway. So that means there's one warning, really left in there. We still have a little sliver of this one in our area too, but I'm going off the Tallahassee area. It's at 9,000 feet, and you're kind of really on the edge of that too. Range folding and the like on the Doppler makes it almost impossible to know what's really going on in there, because that Moody radar is really valuable for this part. It's, you know, it's good coverage, but it's down. So this is what we're stuck with here, folks. But as we go ahead and look at the situation, it's really hard to know what's going on in here, except we know that it could be some severe weather. The 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail around the Pearson community. I'll go ahead and see if we have any power outage reports out like Berrien County. That might give us a little indication of what's been going on in there as we're looking at this. As we're tracking, I know I don't think there's any cameras in that area, but I'll see if I can look, because maybe we'd at least get an idea of what it looks like at ground level if there were. But that may be a little too small of an area for cameras, quite honestly. I'll look though. Bear with me. Trying to give you guys the latest. Okay, there's a camera that says there's. Oh, it's not working now. Not enough power for the camera. So that's what it says right now. Let me just click on it to make sure. Yeah, it's not working. Okay. So that's kind of storyline there. But again, I know we're looking at Berrien County, 679 customers in the dark. So there are a few customers without power out there as we're looking at the situation. But again, we're really on the edge of the radars here, so they may extend this one into Ware and further east in Coffee and Atkinson, you know, Pierce County even possibly as well, but it's hard to say. So, you know, we're going to keep watching things, and it's starting to get to the point where, you know, updates will be less and less as the threat seems to decrease here. But, you know, what I'm thinking right now here, let's just go ahead and keep looking at this, because I'll keep the radar up, you know, for a little while longer, even if we don't have any warnings. I'll just kind of leave it looping with the watch and play here, if nothing else, because, you know, the action here still could refire, or we could see something that shows up on a radar somewhere and kind of gives us a better viewpoint on what's going on. But, you know, maybe seeing something a little stronger. But the Florida accent, we have pretty good radar coverage for it, and it looks weaker for sure, so that's good news as we're looking toward, you know, parts of northern Florida. So, again, just continuing to give you updates here on all of this. I just kind of wanted to see, you know, how this looks, because there's quite a bit of lightning around there, you know, in the Pearson area, Willacoochee to Pearson, you know, and some down to the south. It's just we really can't tell what the winds are. I mean, there's wind to 29 in Douglas, but I'm just going to check the Moody's somehow, see if it is working, even if it's not supposed to be, and it's not. It's unfortunate that that radar is down, but I'll see. I'll try to jack them. Well, maybe that's. Yeah, okay, that'd be a little closer now, I guess. Yeah, that would probably be closest at this point. It's still over 8,000 feet up, though. That's not helping at all, but there's not much for me to tell you about this other than you're under a warning when we're looking this high up. There may be a little wind enhancement here. Yeah, there's some wind enhancement maybe right in here. South side of Pearson is possible. You know, so you just never know in these areas. I mean, already, you know, once you get toward Waycross, you know, sometimes you can miss it, you know, circulation up there, but it's easier to miss it when you don't have the Moody radar available. I mean, you probably see it otherwise. You know, wind enhancement or anything like that. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the development. Strong storms moving in towards Swanee, Hamilton, Eccles, Clint, a little bit of Columbia counties here. Gusts to about 40 possible, so be careful with that evening commute. Got to be mindful of that as we're looking at the situation. Of course, we had damage Central Georgia today, had damage around Dothan, had, you know, damage maybe to a lesser extent around Tallahassee. Power outages didn't seem too high at all, but some trees did fall. You know, so that's impactful for some folks at least as we're looking, as we're tracking things. I'm just trying to get a gauge on how these storms are. They look pretty strong. Eccles County, Clinton County. We still gotta pay attention, you know. I know in that situation we had a couple weeks ago, we had the storms reemerge, you know, to some degree as we were looking throughout that morning toward areas around Folkestone and give or take, and down there in like Baker, Columbia County line area. But I don't think this is really the pattern for that. That was a different type of setup. The wind, you know, aloft was just, you know, really favorable, even for some tornadic activity. Not really seeing that here. So we were seeing more parameters earlier on. We had more peak heating, and we had more of the overall parameters coming together, but now not so much. There's some energy still, don't get me wrong. There's a decent amount of energy with the decay going on. You know, unless you're getting something to develop out ahead or something, which you are down toward Central Florida, it's going to be hard to get anything too crazy. We'll watch those because, let me just look here. Are any of those, could they clip Marion? Probably not unless we get more development. There's a lot of energy, so if something could be triggered out ahead, and it's possible, you know, something could be an issue, but we don't have much supercell composite. The STP, I mean, when I say that, we don't have like hardly any, well, further east is what I mean. We have some right at the storms, but then, you know, the highest energy is actually displaced from the line, so, you know, that plays a role in this too. So, like, not everything's coming together is what I'm saying. It's not, you know, equaling out. So, as we look toward the north here, I see a new advisory now for parts of Atkinson and Clinton, Coffee, and Ware. That makes me think they're going to just go with an advisory for winds to 55, and then this, you know, if we see an uptick, they can always issue a warning on this. I mean, still weather aware, don't get me wrong. But if they're kind of going in that direction with this, then that's a very good sign, obviously. And yeah, you see that out ahead. So that tells me, you know, they're saying they're still going to monitor them. Storms can still intensify, but that tells me there's a, you know, decent chance, maybe 50-50, give or take, that we don't have any more warnings the rest of the day in our area. I mean, but there's still enough of a chance that I'm going to keep the stream going for a little while longer. Of course, the logo's red for further in the week, you know, toward like Wednesday, toward the Midwest could have big problems, even really the South. I mean, Arkansas is involved, maybe the greatest concern for maybe a tornado outbreak on Wednesday could be, you know, up there with what we had back on March 14th. So that fateful Friday night there, March 14th, you know, period there, even going to Saturday and Sunday to some degree as well, as we're looking at the situation. So let me go ahead and see this mode. I'm just going to make sure to dropping this out, because if that trend does continue, what we're going to do, we're just going to jump out of the half-hour updates and go to radar mode and only do add necessary updates from here on out, if necessary, you know, as things are decaying on us here, weakening on out. If we get more warnings, we'll pop back in if it's necessary, and if we get more warnings, it will be necessary, because we're not going to have the half-hour scheduled updates anymore, assuming they don't extend this one. So we'll just kind of leave the radar running and only pop back in if it is warranted for me to. So that's kind of how we're planning on doing this here. That's how we're planning on doing this. You see the loop here. I'm going to move this over just a little bit more as we continue to watch, continue to track. It's just all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Well, okay, they decided to extend the warning after all. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so Atkinson, Clinton, Coffee, and Ware to 545, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. They think it's still going to be a continuing threat. So, with that being said, we're going to keep this going with another update to at least 5:30. Then we're going to cut in with them continuing a warning. So that's how we're going to do it then. So not going straight to radar mode now. We're going to put another update at 5:30, but let's go ahead and check that warning out real quick there. I think there's enough concern. You know, it's so uncertain in there because we can't see very well. Let me just switch this over. You'll see the new box pop up here in just a second. I don't have all these advisories, but instead of going another warning in here, it's back down even to Homerville's way. I mean, there's some wind enhancement down here now around US 84, it would seem like. So it's just so iffy in there coming out of Tallahassee jurisdiction. So new warning, Homerville up to Pearson to 545. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, nickel size hail possible. So gotta remember whenever thunder roars, go indoors as well. So with the new warning popping up, we're gonna continue half-hour updates since we have to watch them play as well. So we're gonna come back at 5:30 unless we need to pop back in earlier if there's imminent concern. So that's kind of the storyline there right now. I'll be back in about 15 minutes with more information. So stay tuned, stay safe. Not going radar mode yet. We're gonna keep the radar up, but it's gonna be a situation here. As I know that one warning they included coffee further north, they dropped coffee out of it, but did the Jacksonville office. But we're gonna just keep the radar up with the half-hour cut-ins, and then that information on the screen telling you about that. So see you in about 15 minutes. Stay tuned and stay safe.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here at the bottom of the hour. It's 5:30 here on this Monday as we're tracking that severe thunderstorm warning acting continuing in South Florida. We had a new warning issued here recently for portions of Atkinson as well as Clint, Coffee, and Ware, and that goes, that one continues to 5:45, and then the new warnings for Clint, Eccles, and Ware until 6 o'clock. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on. So that general area here where radar coverage is kind of lacking, so it's hard to tell with the one radar down exactly what may or may not be going on in here. But we have a warning here for Clinton County until about 6 o'clock. So severe thunderstorm warning in play, as well as for Eccles and Ware. North central Eccles, west central Ware, central Clint to be precise there in southeastern Georgia until about 6 o'clock. At 5:23, a severe thunderstorm is located 9 miles south of DuPont or 12 miles south of Homerville, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So it's over mainly rural areas of the indicated counties. But again, continuing to track this here this afternoon and into the evening hours. So I just got to keep watching and keep monitoring here. I know around Homerville we have a warning as well. Now that area is kind of moving up toward Waycross. We'll see if they extend that warning or not. It looks like, and I have a whole bunch of advisories here, and it looks like they issued an advisory so far, but there's always a chance they could do an upgrade to a warning. We've seen that here before, even today it would seem, and there's so many of these boxes at this point, but you can kind of assume maybe first maybe it just needs an advisory, but then have to go ahead and upgrade to a warning eventually. So we're just going to keep looking here toward like Clinton County. That's what we have, it's mainly rural areas down in here, but some brighter colors, and we're starting to get a little closer on the radar. So the wind's about 60 possible, maybe in there in that rural area, and then that continues over rural area, Okefenokee Swamp there, as we're looking at things at Okefenokee Swamp. And then as we look over here, Homerville's been in a warning. Now as we get further east, it doesn't look quite as organized, and Velocity, and that is going to a more popular area around Waycross. But right now it's seeing winds about 40, 50 miles an hour, 55, not out of the question, as well as nickel-sized hail. So that's kind of storyline there. It looks like the warning for Atkinson, Clint's Coffee, and Ware has been canceled. So this one up here, it canceled that, but they're continuing this one here. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the latest developments. I see in Berrien County now a report of a power line down along Hall Whitley Road. That was around 4:25 this afternoon with all these winds coming on through. So definitely causing some problems here as we're looking at this. And the other warning, they canceled at Eccles and continuing Clinton Ware until 6 though. That's the National Weather Service in Jacksonville. So that's kind of a storyline there. Continuing to track all this activity as weekend as it comes toward north central Florida for sure, but could get some rain out of it. Can still use some rain. Don't want to have too much too quick, but that's not expected here. There's a little bit of lightning still, so I don't think it's just going to completely dissipate like a model of zone, but it's not going to be much here toward like Stark and Gainesville. We get some regeneration, it'd probably be more likely tomorrow morning if we got, something a little heavier. We have some stuff out ahead, maybe barely clipping a little bit of southeast Marion, but not really. So that's kind of storyline with all that. As we're looking at this, as we're tracking it, as we're giving you the latest. So that one warning does continue. The watch continues to the east until 9. I know we've had a watch till 6 further back. Toward the west, is there anybody still in the one that goes to 6? I don't necessarily see it. Let me double check. Looks like that's all for the 9 o'clock watch now. So, granted, those areas further back to the west are getting canceled soon. And the threat is weakening down as this gets off toward east. There could be a couple more warnings in southeast Georgia. I'm not going to rule it out because there's some energy still. But some of the parameters are kind of getting displaced here from, where the greatest energy is, greatest shears, the greatest organization on the line and like. So I know we have that, one warning that still remains, but we'll continue to watch things. There's some lighting up here, north of Millwood with some heavy downpours, but that doesn't indicate severe weather per se. So that's your severe warning right there. So as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest information, just seek such and such a 30 building and stay away from windows here. It's a rural zone, so not terribly concerned, but that is part of looks like US 441 being impacted. So I'll be back here with another update at 6 o'clock, since that warning does go and it's set to expire at 6. And if we see that warning drop out and no more get added, and we would probably just go into more of a radar type stream and only break back in if and as needed. So, but we're gonna be back at 6 since this warning is still scheduled to go till 6, and we'll just kind of play it by ear as things do evolve here in this type of situation. It's not a tornado warning, so we don't need to stick with it, continuous, and we're not in the most popular area by any stretch at this point. So, we were on that 1 hour there, continuous the whole hour, I think, but I think it was 3 o'clock hour, we were on that whole hour, but, that was when we were watching around Tallahassee and Albany, especially Tallahassee there with, we did end up getting some reports, just a little over 50 at the FSU campus. That's not technically severe, but still had some impacts in the region. May have had some gusts in some neighborhoods toward the severe limit with some trees falling. So that's the storyline there. We're going to watch all the trends, power outage numbers. They weren't too significant at all from what I saw on Tallahassee, so that was good. We just have to continue to track everything. Going to loop that radar back around for you guys, and I'll be back here with more information at 6 o'clock unless we need to pop back in sooner. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date. I'm seeing a report, and this must be something maybe more tornadic in nature, downburst in nature. I'm just showing you this report. It's not in our area, but it really just surprises me. I'm about to tell you. Make sure I'm reading that right, because I kind of read it ahead and then I'm reading it out loud. But around Henry County in Georgia, that's up toward the Atlanta area per se, and that weather service jurisdiction anyway. There's a report around the community of Flippin, ironically, that apparently around 40 trees were knocked down along Brennan Road. That sounds more tornadic or downburst. You don't get 40 trees to just fall in a wind event, straight line wind event. I know we had some pretty strong winds around Houston County, but that's getting further up in Georgia, not our area, but I had that information up and it just came in. That's impressive report, so that's probably something more to it than just your run-of-the-mill severe storm for sure. You don't just get 40 trees to fall unless it's a hurricane, downburst maybe, or tornado here. We didn't have a hurricane. Could have been a downburst. I really don't know what that storm was looking like since it's not our area, and it could have been a tornado as well. So they put it at thunderstorm wind damage, but we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to track and have more on our local weather. Anything else we need to talk about at 6 o'clock with another update. And there's a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings in the country, one including a little bit of South Carolina, another including some of North Carolina. But the one in Georgia for Clinton Ware is the one that we're tracking. So stay tuned, stay safe. We'll be back in a little bit unless we need to pop back in, before 6.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock, as we're tracking through a severe thunderstorm warning remaining on a board there in Georgia. You see areas there of Charlton and Ware into that. They're just canceling out Clint's now, but Charlton and Ware until 6:30. It's a very, very rural area there toward the Okefenokee Swamp area. So not really concerned about it, so I'll keep this update probably pretty short. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, the possibility there. As we're looking at things, I'll show you this on the other map. You can kind of see what I'm talking about. Now, if this gets extended here, I'll watch toward Winnaker and Folkestone over the next little bit. It's just not all that impressive on velocity, but it's worth monitoring here. So I'll continue to give you guys the latest information here as it is warranted. We do have some strong storms, not severe, but, some storm acts in here, maybe a little lightning here and there toward, like, Lake City and down toward Mayo and the like. And then as we get into Georgia, same deal, a little bit heavier probably, with the convection east away across the Blackshear and Patterson. But the only warning, as I'm looking at velocity, I don't really see much at all, except, where we have the warning, there's a little bit of enhancement in the south. East of Fargo, there's a little wind enhancement, maybe gust 50. A possibility, I guess the 60 couldn't completely be ruled out here with the warning in play officially, but not terribly impressive. And we did have quite a bit of action earlier out toward Tallahassee and toward like Albany area anyway. We had some wind damage with some trees falling and the like. So I know a lot worse up toward like Atlanta, Henry County, Georgia. One area had 40 trees get knocked down, so that tells me significant issues there. We had some pretty nasty weather toward central Georgia, around Warner Robins. We had around Dothan there, a situation where they ended up having, apparently, maybe a tornado hit a school and caused some injuries. Seemed to have been pretty minor based on the media reports, thankfully. The injuries, thankfully it wasn't worse. But you see some of this rain, like Live Oak coming on through there, dropping their temperature pretty quickly. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the very latest information here, just trying to, monitor things just in case here as the timeline does go along. So I've been here watching it a while, and with the warning going to 6:30 officially, unless it gets dropped early, the damage and wind threat continuing there for parts of Charlton and Ware. So we'll be back at 6:30 with another update, unless we need to pop back in earlier. But remember, the logo's red, not right for today, but for Wednesday, and the light toward the Midwest and toward like Arkansas there, the south central, I guess you could kind of call it there, toward the southeast a bit, as we're looking at things. So again, that's going to be a big deal potentially. Could be a tornado outbreak there. Our threat here is dwindling, it's weakening on down, but we could still get, a warning here or there in the ward, especially Georgia would be the focal point. But the pink area says a watch till 9. It's getting trimmed here pretty quickly back off toward the west. That's a good thing, but we'll continue to watch all the different trends here as the timeline goes along, as we look at things, as we track things here, just to kind of make sure everything's staying all right here, for our area. Again, the watch getting trimmed back. We still have some warning action with one in Georgia, but that's the extent of it for right now. I don't think we're going to have a threat lingering on 9 here. Definitely not for most of us, but, maybe a couple of us here toward like South Georgia watching for a little bit longer. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you up to date. Be back at 6:30 with more unless you need to pop back in earlier. You do see some convection there, just south of the area toward Central Florida popping up out ahead. We had some earlier right near our area there. But you see some toward the south and Central Florida popping up. Not a big deal. It's not impacting our area. It's messed up, it's strong though, so they're watching down there. But we'll watch to make sure it doesn't clip any of our southeastern counties there. But right now, that's not the case. So I'll be back at 6:30 with more. Stay tuned and stay safe. And remember, whenever thunder roars, go indoors.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 6:30, bottom of the hour, giving you another update. It's going to be the last scheduled update unless something else pops up. As that warning in South Georgia got canceled early there, about 20 minutes ago or so. It's still some strong gusty winds, but not officially severe anymore. So no warnings in our 62 counties any longer. There's that watch that remains technically till 9 o'clock. And if we get another warning in our area, we'll let you guys know about it. But I'll just leave the radar up otherwise here as we look at things. Let me just remind you, though, of the coverage area here. And we're in Bradford County. You see, like St. John's and Flagler. Now, there's no watch there, but just to the south of that area, I want to turn your attention here to a warning in Volusia County. It's a pretty strong storm around Daytona Beach. Maybe some hail in there around Daytona Beach right now. We're looking off the Jacksonville side, and I probably could look off Melbourne. Let me see which one's closer. Yeah, Melbourne is closer, so we'll pull that one in. That's a nasty storm. Maybe some hail in there around Daytona Beach there in Volusia County. So that's still looking like it's going to stay just south of our area. But quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible, around County Ward 4011. And just that general area there. Clyde Morris Boulevard, you kind of get the idea. So again, we're watching that, but that looks like it's going to stay just south of the covered area. So that's some good news. This is around I-95. So, folks traveling from our area down in there or traveling up from that area back toward our area, something like that, you could get caught in this on the interstate. But that's not in our coverage zone. It doesn't look like it's going to head toward our coverage zone. Now, we are watching some action here toward like Lake City. You can see just east of there we have some winds gusting maybe 20 miles an hour, so not too big of a deal. So that's the good news. Those are weakening. Some heavy downpours into those, so just be mindful of that, but nothing overwhelming. And some of that's kind of trying to push off, honestly, a little bit north, but not a lot actually here as I look. I know some of our tracks are taking it more north, models were, but it looked like that was kind of going a little more east, and then we could get some development like tomorrow morning. We shall see, but there will still be some rain around start. Don't get me wrong, this shouldn't be a whole bunch. And then we have the advisory up here. This is our only local advisory now, and this is weakening pretty good. I mean, there's a little bit of wind enhancement just west of Hilliard, up toward Folkestone, and the like 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds a possibility in there. Advisories for winds to around 40. If we get another warning locally here, we'll pop in. But otherwise, I'm just going to leave the radar running here. That's kind of the way we'll do it we'll leave it running a little while longer. See how things are going. Just have that on up here for everybody. Just to kind of have as another tool in the toolkit. Of course, you have your interactive radar on clutter.com/radar. If things really decay even more, we may just drop the radar stream, but we'll leave it up a little longer. But no more scheduled updates, and only cutting back in again if it's needed. Otherwise, we'll be back here, in the days to come. We'll be watching that big national severe threat. That's why the logo's red toward, Oklahoma first off to some degree in Kansas later tomorrow, but Arkansas, Missouri on Wednesday, and even later Thursday, you could be watching a threat. There could be bad flooding toward like Kentucky, Tennessee, give or take a little on some of this. I'm kind of broad brushing it. It may not be the exact states because things will move around here in the forecast and the models and the actual scenario. So, that's why the logo is red, because of what's in the future here, what we're tracking to come. But I'm going to go ahead and switch to the looping radar now. We'll leave this up a little longer for everybody here at home. So that's going to be kind of the storyline there. We still have the severe thunderstorm watch in play. We have that one warning for Volusia, hail to engine size, gust to 60 miles an hour, a possibility. But, that's kind of the extent of it here. As we're tracking things right now that's not in our area. And that's going to go ahead and wrap it here for now. Again, we have the severe thunderstorm watch, weather alert. We've been kind of watching here today, but, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on this situation. We still have a severe storm watch in play, technically. And that pink zone is technically goes to 9 o'clock again. Probably not going to get many, if any, more yellow boxes, but could have some more advisories for some gusty winds at times. And, some heavy rain in there too, a little bit of lightning. So just be careful. Use caution on the roads. We had some rain yesterday, so that should help. Hopefully not having too many oils, pile up, but just something to, we had that rain. This won't be near as much as yesterday, but take it easy on the roads. Could have some fog later on in some of the areas, so keep that in mind here too in this pattern. Interesting one meteorologically. So that's going to do it for now. Have a great night. Be back only if it's warranted. Thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me here in the Weather Center. I'm going to go ahead and leave this run now. Leave it running now with that, audio turned off. You can keep watching this for a little longer here on Facebook, Casey Cloud WX, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather, and I know all the links available at cloudweather.com. So that'll do it for now. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me.